never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. At least one person is dead and 9 others injured following an attack on an LDS church in Michigan during today's services.
It happened in the city of Grand Blanc. Davidson Township Police Chief Jay Rendon describes the scene.
Got here, the church was on fire, the gunman was down, and it's been a very busy scene, as you can imagine.
Police Chief William Rain.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church.
The 40-year-old shooter is deceased after he was engaged by 2 officers. I'm Lisa Carton.
ICE is increasing its presence in Portland. On Thursday, President Trump sent a memo calling out Portland and Los Angeles, saying he planned to increase the number of federal agents in the immigration effort. Portland Mayor Heath Wilson says there's been an increase.
We have armored vehicles on the streets of Portland and reported agents throughout our community.
Wilson's calling on Portlanders to demonstrate peacefully. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a statement last week saying where ICE agents are under siege, they will protect those agents and federal property. Inflation is remaining relatively steady.
The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, a key inflation gauge used by the Federal Reserve, went up 0.3% in August, in line with expectations. That puts the annual inflation rate at 2.7%, according to numbers from the Commerce Department. Excluding food and energy, the core rate sits at 2.9%. The Federal Reserve aims for a 2% rate, but has signaled 2 more interest rate cuts by the end of the year. I'm Michael Kastner.
Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Green is defying Trump's team over her push to release the Epstein files. She says she answers to her voters, not the White House. Once considered a pariah, Green now wields power as an independent voice, unafraid to buck party leaders or even Trump himself. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
I hope that over time, New Yorkers will see this city thrive under our leadership, and that policies we put in place should be continued and expanded.
With about 5 weeks to go until Election Day, the field of candidates for New York City mayor is now down to 3.
Mayor Adams announced his decision to quit the race in a video released on social media.
Despite all we've achieved, I cannot continue my re-election campaign.
In a statement, Adams said his campaign was undermined by constant media speculation about his future and a decision by the Campaign Finance Board to withhold funding. His departure leaves Democratic frontrunner Zoran Mamdani, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. I'm Larry Kofsky.
In North Carolina, Corrections Officer Brian Edwards declared, quote, "I am Antifa" on social media and has since been fired. Edwards posted about war crimes trials and even reviving the guillotine. The sheriff said he broke conduct rules and damaged trust. The Drug Enforcement Administration is warning about a tranquilizer for elephants that's being sold as fentanyl in Washington state.
Earlier this month, over 50,000 pills were seized from a suspect at a Centralia gas station. The pills were tested in a lab, and instead of containing fentanyl, they contained carfentanil. It's a synthetic opioid made to tranquilize elephants. It's 100 times more potent than fentanyl. They're finding the drug on the streets and caution one pill can kill. Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Just like that, another weekend in the books. What do you say? That'll be the final weekend here in the month of September. Indeed, as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, we'll turn the page on the calendar. 29th day of September. That means a Monday. There you go, greatest day of the week. Of course, Captain Ron would not be saying that this particular Monday. What do you say? Captain Ron's on the throne, if that makes sense. So good luck. Hope everything goes well. Later this morning there, Captain Ron will be thinking about you. But first things first, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, indeed live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. With a clear night outside the secret bunker, looking at 63 degrees at this hour. Now, the big picture as far as travelers' weather is concerned tonight, most of the country's in pretty good shape. Not a whole lot to slow you down. Spotty showers in areas out west. Kind of awaiting just what sort of impacts we might see in the southeast with Tropical Storm Imelda, which is expected to indeed become a hurricane. A lot has changed over the weekend as far as the forecast models. Starting early there Friday, more and more models began showing the storm kind of slowing down and stalling out off the coast of the Carolinas and then being drug out to sea thanks to Hurricane Umberto, who indeed ramped up to a major. At one point, Umberto was at a Category 5. It has dropped down to Category 4, but the intensity of that is going to be the influence. Let's start there with a look at our travelers. That's going to be the primary impacts as we start the new week. They do tell us heavy rain, storm surge will lead to flooding along a portion of the southern Atlantic coast of the U.S. for a time this week, as Tropical Storm Imelda will bring drenching downpours, some gusty thunderstorms to parts of the southeastern U.S. coast. AccuWeather forecasters warn Imelda is forecast to become the next Atlantic hurricane. An eastward shift in the forecast track, though, due in part to powerful Hurricane Umberto off to the east that's tugging on the storm. And we've got a southward push of dry air from high pressure that's building over the northeastern USA. Now, we look at tropical storm and hurricane conditions will extend well beyond the track of the eye of this storm. As they warned early last week, the tropical setup in the western Atlantic is very complex, with Umberto and the budding tropical storm within several hundred miles of each other. There hasn't been a setup similar to this since Hurricanes Matthew and Nicole back in 2016. But those two hurricanes were further apart than this unfolding situation as we speak. One key difference between the fall of 2016 and this season is that Matthew was much stronger than what is anticipated for Imelda. Matthew kind of hugged the Carolina coast back then, while the less intense Imelda this week is going to be pulled on by the much stronger Umberto, which is near Bermuda. Hence, the core of the storm is forecast to take an offshore track, which that would be a big sigh of relief, obviously, for people there in the Carolina coastal areas. Now, Imelda, along with another non-tropical disturbance, is expected to result in heavy rain for the Atlantic coastal areas from Florida to North Carolina, even southern Virginia. The effect will be a plume of tropical moisture that extends from the Caribbean to the Gulf Stream and the adjacent land areas in the southeastern U.S. There will be a localized 8 to 12 inches of rain forecast to occur over the Bahamas, a zone where 4 to 8 inches of rain will fall along the South and North Carolina coastal areas, so enough to definitely cause some flooding. Lighter rain falling further inland over the Carolinas and in the southeastern portions of Georgia. Lower amounts forecast compared to where they were a few days ago. The risk of river flooding in the Midlands has definitely diminished. Where a more gentle rain falls, it can help ease drought conditions. The greatest risk of flooding from heavy rain and storm surge will be along the immediate coast of the Carolinas and perhaps Georgia, with a combination of heavy rain, above normal tides produced by the storm, localized flooding of roads possible in parts of South Carolina and North Carolina. We're talking Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, and Cape Hatteras. There will be a storm surge, maybe 1 to 3 feet, forecast from the northern Bahamas to southeastern Virginia this week. The difference in pressure between Imelda offshore and the high over the northeast will be kicking up some pretty significant wind gusts along the southern Atlantic coast. Tropical storm force winds 40 to 60 miles per hour. That's enough to cause some localized tree damage and scattered power outages. But the main role of the wind will be agitating the seas. Nearby, the strengthening Imelda will contribute, but perhaps just as much or more will be the stronger major Hurricane Umberto, which had peaked at 160 mile per hour Category 5 winds a few hundred miles south of Bermuda. Now, Umberto is forecast to track west of Bermuda, maybe not too far different from the former Category 5 Hurricane Erin this past summer. The effect of wind pushing on the surface of the sea will lead to massive swells offshore between Bermuda and the U.S. for numerous days. Cross-Atlantic shipping, fishing, and cruise interests urged to monitor the path of these two tropical storms. I saw over the weekend pretty much all the major cruise lines are scrambling to change numerous itineraries, especially for those cruises that originate in the northeastern USA and typically head to the Bahamas. That's a zone that's pretty much out of play. Not a place you want to be going right now. Looking ahead, the zone from near the Bahamas to the Western Caribbean and the Southwest Gulf may continue to be a spot for additional tropical development in the weeks ahead. As Imelda tracks to the east later this week, it may pass very close to Bermuda as well as a hurricane, with a second round of rain, wind, and rough seas. Depending on the track and the intensity, impacts in Bermuda could be worse, actually, from Imelda than from Umberto. All right. But a big sigh of relief, as I mentioned, for sure, because the models were in much agreement last week of a potential landfall along the South Carolina, North Carolina coast coming inland, with the center of that storm potentially as a hurricane. Well, we get the new week underway. Hello, Philly Dan. It is that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. It was another nail-biter of a game, but a win is a win. Congratulations to the Eagles, which are now 4-0 on the season. Country Bumpkin checks in from Waterford, Michigan, out of the box here. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Happy Monday. Hello, Jeffrey in Southern Florida. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the greatest day of the week. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, Steve Sommers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Well, now, the Cincinnati Reds pulled it off by the skin of their teeth. It's off to Los Angeles. Yes, they made that final wild card spot in the National League. They had their work cut out for them over the weekend. There was several combinations that could come into play. They got some assistance. Obviously, the New York Mets losing this past day, which leaves the Reds and the Mets tied with a win-loss record. But Cincinnati won the tiebreaker with whatever the formula they use for that. So, again, that'll be starting, I think, Tuesday night, the 30th. The Reds will be heading out to Los Angeles. That'll be the best of three, 2 out of 3. The first thing, both wild card rounds are the best of 3 series. Then they jump up to what? Best out of 5 for the championship series. Of course, 7 games for the big, like the World Series. Anyway, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, and don those playoff uniforms. Very good. Well, at least we know the Reds will live to play another at least 2 games on the season. But they've been on a roll. If they could keep the momentum going here. They took 2 out of 3 from the Milwaukee Brewers over the weekend, the Brew Crew, which, of course, they had locked in with their winning record. They'll get a bye in the wild card round, the first round of the wild card. Either way, Uncle Chop's on board. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Great listening to Lone Ranger last Friday. Good to hear from him. I haven't heard that voice in a while. All right, almost forgot. Go Bills, Buffalo. There you go. Marianne is in the house. Good morning, all the listeners. Jerry checking in. Hope everyone had a great day, being safe out there. Sent a couple of things to Facebook to you over the weekend. A big thanks to Hotshot Secret for having the opportunity to put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on the air for so many to enjoy. Tell everyone you love them. Every chance you get. Tomorrow may not be here. All right, Bill. Morning, Steve. All the listeners, 55. We're clear at the home 20, Horicon, Wisconsin. Have a question. Hopefully someone can help me with. When I changed jobs, I did a new DOT physical. My DOT physical doctor entered it in the FMCSA database. I got a letter from the Department of Motor Vehicles saying my physical card expired and my CDL has been downgraded. Does that sound like a familiar story, folks? It's happening an awful lot, right? So the FMCSA didn't report the new physical card to my state of Wisconsin, apparently. What do I do? Yes, Bill, you're not the only. We've had a handful of such instances since they did this whole FMCSA database change where you no longer, if you go to your DMV office, I believe that they won't accept it. You could present them your actual physical card, but they won't accept it. Somehow, I guess, what is it? You got to get a hold of the FMCSA and tell them, hey, what's going on here? We'll get some input from some of the others. I know, like I said, several have been dealing with this in recent weeks. Buckeye Boy checks in from Santa Maria, California, 65 degrees. Got my pickup today after getting an SCR system altered or fault deleted code on my truck late Friday. And, of course, no one was opened. After talking to several people, I decided to go ahead and take the chance to drive the 25 miles to get my pickup and then drive the 60 miles to the Kenworth shop in Santa Maria. Weird thing about 25 miles of the 60 to Kenworth, all the code disappeared. I hate this emission stuff. Still going to have them scan it to see if they can find out what's going on. Maybe get the DEF filter changed. Then it's off to Scottsdale. How about those Reds make the playoffs? Barely. Of course, the Buckeyes rolled over the weekend. Got to get up early, be at the shop at 7 a.m. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there indeed. Yes, college football. Somebody did not have the greatest of weekends here. Prognosticator of prognosticators. We had, I believe, 3 games that there was a bit of a difference of opinion on. And one, none other than Big Ed, missed out on all 3 of those. Uh-oh. We'll talk some college football just around the corner here. First of all, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to One Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Clear skies, 56 there. All right, good to have you on board. I see, yes, Sunday Night Football. Overtime between the Green Bay Packers and the Dallas Cowboys. Game ending in a tie. 40-40, final score, again in overtime. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer Down, 72, Chestnut Ridge, New York. We're heading to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Morning, Steve. Jason checks in, passing through Huntsville, Texas. 68 degrees, clear skies, dry roads. Got a load of steel going to Houston, Texas. Have a safe morning to the listening family out there. Hello to Bob in Michigan. There's Michael. What's going on? Bruce. Morning, Steve. Have a great show. Michael, good morning from, is it Seco, Ohio? Heartwarming 63 degrees. Working on my last load. Then I'll actually start my weekend. Hope everybody has a great day. Yeah, nothing like those weekends in the middle of the week, huh? I never really liked that. Round the country, as always, 844-844-3388. We'll check some of our travelers' weather elsewhere around the country. Lots of developments to bring you up to speed on around the country. Industry headlines. We had a very interesting announcement from the Transportation Secretary in regards to non-domiciled CDLs. Sean Duffy calls the current use of non-domiciled CDLs a national emergency, a threat to public safety, and the Department of Transportation says they plan to drastically reduce the eligibility. We were just talking about this late last week. Yeah, for how many administrations we've had various, the revolving door when it comes to leadership at the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. In this case, Duffy really seems to be on top of the game at the Department of Transportation, getting some things done. Now, he said this new system is going to make non-citizens ineligible for a non-domiciled CDL unless they meet stricter requirements, including an employment-based visa and a federal immigration status check, making that this big announcement came down Friday afternoon. Yeah, I said these changes are obviously in response to a series of fatal crashes we've seen around the country with these non-domiciled drivers. Yeah, we have a government system designed to keep families on the road safe, but that system has been compromised. I'm talking about non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses that are issued across the country. In plain English, this is a license to operate a massive 80,000-pound truck that's being issued to foreign drivers who are not U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. The process of issuing these licenses is absolutely 100% broken, he said. It has become a threat to public safety. It's a national emergency that requires immediate action. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, of course, unveiling an interim final rule that's scheduled to be published in the Federal Register here today, Monday, September the 29th. Now, we'll tell you what that interim final rule has to say, specifically breaking things down, a number of requirements when it comes to non-domiciled CDLs. There will be a comment period. You'll have 60 days to comment on that. We've actually got the ruling number, which you would go to the government website, regulations.gov, to make your sentiments heard in regards to that. So, as I said, big announcement Friday specific to the trucking industry. So we got a lot to cover as we get a brand new week underway. And hello to the Michigan Madman. Hello, Mr. Sommers, and all the listeners out there from the Michigan Madman. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. At least one person is dead and 9 others injured following an attack on an LDS church in Michigan during today's services.
It happened in the city of Grand Blanc. Police Chief William Rain.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church.
The 40-year-old shooter is deceased after he was engaged by 2 officers. I'm Lisa Carton.
ICE is increasing its presence in Portland. On Thursday, President Trump sent a memo calling out Portland and Los Angeles, saying he planned to increase the number of federal agents in the immigration effort. Portland Mayor Heath says there's been an increase.
We have armored vehicles on the streets of Portland and reported agents throughout our community.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a statement last week saying where ICE agents are under siege, they will protect those agents and federal property. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, underway. Here on a Monday. It was a very action-packed weekend in the sports world, for sure. Still got a couple of games tonight. Monday Night Football. Oh, yeah, the Bengals did not lose on Sunday because they play tonight. They'll get to lose on Monday night in prime time. Bengals versus Broncos, 8:15 kickoff. Got the Jets versus the Dolphins, 7:15 tonight. Double header as far as Monday Night Football is concerned. And of course, had a big weekend college football. There were some big games. And we welcome the prognosticator of prognosticators, who is hitched now. Got married over the weekend, and Grump is on board. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome.
Well, Steve, let me start first, if you don't mind, Grump.
Yeah, go.
I know I had a bad weekend. Now, I'm going to use a little coach speak to explain away my not so good showing, or losses, that's what you want to call them. You know, I've been concentrating on getting married, and so therefore, my studying of the team was not what it should have been. And because I was busy getting ready to get married, and so my focus kind of got off track there. But that's the reason that I had such a bad showing. But there's one thing I did call right, and that is Mr. Pittman with the Arkansas Razorbacks got his walking papers today, which is bad. You know, I like the guy, but I knew if Arkansas went out and had a bad showing that they were going to punt him from the 50-yard line out of the stadium, and that's exactly what they did. So, unfortunately, we got a coach out there now. They ain't got no job. But and I know Grump. I sweet talked him into taking Penn State, and well, I've been getting some hang-up calls. I figured it was Grump. So if they hadn't had that loss, it had 8 wins. So there you go. That's my excuse. But, I'm going on my honeymoon there Tuesday, and we're going to be traveling up in the Northeast, and I'll probably be gone for 2 or 3 weeks, and I will try to concentrate a little more on our picks, though. So there you go.
Well, congratulations on that wedding there, Big Ed. I was wanting to tell you that, brother. I'm happy for you. And it was a good weekend, man, for football. I couldn't believe, a couple of games come down the way it was, and field goal. Like, when you look at Auburn, Texas A&M, that was just 6 points separating them. That was a hard-fought game. One of the best games, though, that I think both of us watched was TCU and Arizona. And
that was big. When I was watching that, Grump, it was almost, you could see Arizona State just barreled down and just literally took that game. But that was such a back and forth, good, clean football. And the better team won. And it come down what Grump said it would be. It was a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, enjoyed watching. If you didn't watch that game, you missed a good game.
Yeah, that was probably one of the best games that I've ever sat and watched in college football. I mean, it was just you could just see 2 teams that just pounded each other. I mean, back and forth. It was a hell of a game, But Arizona State, of course, they got moved up. They're number 2 and right now in their division, and they went up.
Well, who's number slots. 1 in the Big 12?
Number 1 in the Big 12 was dadgummit.
Iowa State.
Iowa State, yes.
Yeah.
Iowa State. And
what I found amazing too, Grump, was that USC game. Was that your sleeper game?
Yes, and
on paper, USC should have won that game.
Yes, yeah. They absolutely should have. That was another damn good game, though. It really was. Illinois, I thought Illinois, because they got beat up so bad by Indiana, their defense was just having a hell of a time, and USC was pounding on them, and of course, Illinois kicked a field goal in the last 4 seconds of the game, won it. Come out by 2 points on top. So that was just a hell of a good game too. I mean, I got to give them their dues. My niece and my sister was there at the game. They had to go see it. It was Illinois' homecoming, so my niece went to that college, so they had to go there. But I was really surprised that LSU got beat by Ole Miss the way they did. It was just like Ole Miss just could not do anything wrong. They were at home, and they pounded away at that game 24-19, and that was another close game, and I thought LSU there was going to pull it out, but in the last there, Ole Miss come ahead and at the very end. Indiana and Iowa, that was another pretty good game. That was a low-scoring game. I don't think either one of us thought that was going to be real high scoring there because they're both so evenly matched. They were just pounding the snot out of each other too, 20-15. And then, of course, Auburn, Texas. That was one that you lost there. And,
yeah.
But that could have went either way. I looked at Ohio State and Washington there. Ohio pulled that out 24-6, I think is what that was, or 20.
Yep.
24-6. Yeah. And man, I'll tell you what, Washington was giving them all they could handle there for a while. They finally kind of regrouped and went on ahead and started playing some damn ball. They stayed at number 4 in their division. I think they were number 7 though, and then they moved. Wasn't they number 7 there at one time?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
with that being said, I mean, it's just like Georgia. Well, everything on paper said they should have won, but Alabama didn't lay down and die, and hats off to them. And a lot of these teams now, once they get this NIL thing in a better control, they're going to be evenly. And what the NIL was supposed to have done was make it more competitive in the competition. Not one league has got, like Alabama did for so many years, the Southeast Conference had the complete control of the whole shebang as far as college football and then playing for the national championship. Now you're starting to see an even, and you're starting to watch that pendulum swing and what I call an even parity, where it's going to get to where you can look at all the stats. You can look at the home field advantage, and you just sit there and watch the games. It's like Arizona State. I go back to that quarterback and that running back. It was almost like they willed their teammates, say, we're going to win this game, follow us. And you see that, just two players that took control of the game and beat a good TCU team. That's what we're starting to see. I don't know if you agree with that, Grump, but that's what I'm starting to see.
Oh, yeah, I do. It just, they just, they were like a well-oiled machine working together there, and it just, like I said, that was just one hell of a game, and we're seeing some big jumps in the standings, and this is, something that's really affecting, I don't know if it's affecting the way they play or not, but it's got to be affecting their attitudes and stuff. But, when you look at some of these teams like Vanderbilt is just going crazy this year. And, they've really played some good ball. They put a thumping on Utah State, without much of an effort. A couple others that, moved up.
Tennessee and Mississippi State going into overtime.
Yeah.
And so that's where you're starting to see that pendulum swing, that these teams there's an even parity, and it's going to make these college games more competitive, and not one school is going to control. Well, right now, but I'm not convinced until I see Ohio State stack up against an Oregon or Penn State that they're going to take it all. So right now I'm looking at the Penn State lost on their home turf. But gosh, man, who's going to step up and take the national championship this year? Oklahoma's even in the mix if they can get by the next couple of weeks without the use of their quarterback. And I'm hoping and I'm thinking he'll be back by the time when they play Texas. And based on the performance of your South Carolina, Texas A&M, LSU, Oklahoma's got the muscle to beat those guys, so they might be in the mix too this year.
Yeah, Missouri's really coming on strong. They're playing some damn good ball, and Ole Miss is, they just looked really good, playing. I don't know, when you look at some of the, how they swung. It's look at Tennessee. Tennessee went from number 12. They're number 8 now. They jumped 4 spots. And Mississippi, they were number 7, and what the hell are they now? Here, I saw it somewhere. Oh, Mississippi. Dang, what did I do with it? I know they dropped quite a bit. I don't know. I know
Florida State lost. They lost the game they shouldn't have lost. So it's going to really get interesting. Serious. It's going to be. We're not going to know who's going to make the playoffs until probably the last week of the college football season.
I'd say it's going to be the last 2 weeks is going to be vital, for a lot of these guys. But next week is not too awful tough for anybody. I was kind of going over some of the games there, and it's kind of it's going to be one of them where they have to win. Some of these top teams is going to have to win, but it's not something that they're not playing enough. Some really tough teams. I'm going to get look at them real close again. But man, I'll tell you what, it's just been like I said, it's just been some damn good football this year. I don't remember, some of these games from last year that's being as close and as just as hard fought as what some of these are. Like I said, TCU, Arizona, that was one of the best games I ever saw. They just kept Illinois and USC. That was one fantastic game. But I don't know. I agree with Ed. It's going to go down to the wire.
But we're still neck and neck. I'm at 31 wins and 21 losses. Where Grump is at 34 wins and 18 losses. And for the weekend, he was 7 wins, 3 losses. Of course, I was 4 wins and 6 losses.
You're at 31 and 19.
Oh, am I 31 and 19?
Yeah, that's 50 games. Yeah, and
by golly, I'll take that, Grump. Are you sure I'm 31 and 19?
Yeah, 31 and 19. You got 2 sleeper games that you won.
Okay. All right.
And then I'm at 34 and 16, and I've got 2 sleeper games that I've won on there. So we're only 3 games apart. So it's it's anybody's world right now.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping better score than I am. So
ain't no problem. But yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know when you guys make your picks for the following week, but somewhere in the mix, I want you to try to get Cincinnati has our Bearcats here, and they'll be taking on Iowa State next week. I'd like to see what your picks on that's going to be.
I hadn't really kept up with Cincinnati. I have to study them. They're playing Iowa State.
Iowa State. So yeah, Cincinnati's 3-1 on the season right now, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's Cincinnati's 3-1. Iowa State's 5-0, and they just taking a glance at it, they pretty much got Iowa State heavily favored in this game here.
Where's this game being played?
They're going to be played at Cincinnati. It's going to be it's going to be Saturday. Yeah,
at noon.
Well, that right there, usually that right there is 7 points in Cincinnati's favor. When you look at a lot of these home teams, usually when I'm picking, a lot of your home teams, and a lot of your bettors too, they'll automatically give the home team 7 points.
Red zone efficiency and everything, I was looking that over for Cincinnati because I was kind of considering seeing if Ed wanted to do that pick, actually, Steve. And 4th down conversions, red zone efficiency for offense, they've been fantastic. They've kept turnovers down. Their penalties has been nothing, 24 penalties in the whole, since they've, play of 205 yards. Those have been some stupid penalties that had some high, yardage on them, but they're looking really good. They are. They've had 19 first downs that they've allowed, that kind of thing, on all teams that they've played. So they're really looking pretty good. They're Cincinnati on field goals. Their kicker's 100%. He's 6-6 right now, and they're a strong team. I mean, they lost 1 game, but they're looking really good as far as stats and everything.
But who have they been? I hadn't looked at them, so I don't know who they played. This is probably the Big 12.
Yeah, they played Nebraska. They lost against Nebraska on the first game, and then they played against Bowling Green. Let's see, that game was 20-34. They won that game. Then they played Kansas. They won that by a field goal, 34-37. And then now they're coming up on Iowa. And I don't know. I think they're going to give Iowa all they can handle. I think.
Yeah, well, you got to look at it. That's when the true team will come out, even though we may be thinking, okay, they haven't played that much of stiff of a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
But then all of a sudden they get thrown in and it's going to be a big game for Cincinnati.
It is.
They get thrown in that big game, and then the true team will step up and win that darn thing. It's just like Illinois, they finally stepped up and won a game that everybody was thinking they were going to lose. So, yeah, they're not. We'll have to study that. That'll be a good pick, Grump.
Okay.
Yeah, I picked USC on that Illinois game. I picked them, but I grew up kind of in southern Illinois there, and just a few miles away from there, and they was a big, they were always a big part of us, growing up and stuff. But that team was, but I was rooting like hell for Illinois, though. I didn't care whether they, I looked at when I looked at the stats and stuff on that, I thought, and how bad their defense was beat up, and that's one thing that USC has is a tough offense. But I got to tell you, man, that damn defense stepped up and they did their job. It was just a really good game. It went all the way down to the wire. And like I said, 4 seconds they kicked that field goal and won it. And that kid had missed two from pretty much the same distance there. And he kicked this was a 46-yard field goal. I believe that's what it was that he hit, but he missed a 41. And so I was kind of thinking, they're going to lose it, which I didn't. Like I said, it was just my sleeper game, so I really didn't care about it. But I was glad to see them win, really. But yeah, we got some decent games next week. They're like I said, it's going to be some hard picks on these. One of the better games, of course, is going to be Iowa and Cincinnati. And,
who's Wisconsin playing?
Wisconsin's playing Michigan next week.
Yeah, that'll be a good game.
Yep,
Really?
I think so. And you got Clemson and North Carolina's next week also. You got 1-3 and 2-2. They're kind of, both of them are kind of out of the mix right now. I think Clemson loses one more game. But I don't know if O'Sweeney's going to be hanging around or not. They're getting pretty pissed about that, and they're turning on him. I see a lot of the news stuff and everything. They're raising hell about not being able to win a game, and that's a lot of the people there. So I don't know. He may throw in his hat, stuff. You got Oklahoma State and Arizona. Of course, Oklahoma State's 1-3 right now. And
they're shambles.
Yeah, they haven't done much, as far as things. You got Texas and
They
Florida.
fired their defensive coordinator today.
Yeah. There's really, like I said, it's going to be a damn good game. Is Vanderbilt and Alabama. We're going to look close at that one. Boise State and
that game should be played at Alabama.
It is. Yeah, it's played at Alabama. So that's there's another.
That's going to be a head knocker. I can assure you. Alabama is. Vanderbilt embarrassed them last year. Alabama's out for blood this year.
You got Syracuse and SMU. They've, Syracuse has done pretty good this year. They've. And then you got Michigan State and Nebraska. They're coming on pretty hard, and so we'll see how that works. But just kind of looking over some of these games and stuff. I don't know. We might be able to scavenge 10 good games out of here. It's going to be pretty close ones. But this is kind of one of them weeks on week 6 where it's really not. When you look over the schedule, it's not that bad. I mean, it's you got Minnesota and Ohio State's playing at Ohio State. Minnesota's 3-1, but they haven't been too impressive. Mississippi State, Texas A&M. That's going to be a damn good game right there. I can tell you right now.
Once again, who's going to show up for the game on Mississippi State?
Right.
So.
Yep. I agree with you. That's that team right there, buddy. It's kind of hard to pick that because they played hard against Tennessee, but I don't know. We'll just have to sit down and do some math and figure out who we think's going to come out on top. And I kind of talked to Ed a little bit about it. We'll just kind of send some stuff over and get his opinion on his picks and things like that. And we kind of go with that. We moved TCU and Arizona into one of the slot. I kind of had that as a sleeper game because I didn't look at it that close. And I thought, hell, that's going to be a hell of a game. So I called Ed and said, "Hey, man, let's you want to swap this over?" And he said, "Yeah, let's do that one. Put it at number 9." So, and that was the best game. I think,
that was the best game. That was the best game Friday night. And it's like I say, the quarterback and the running back for Arizona State just. I mean, I told Grump, because, TCU jumped out ahead 17-0.
Yeah.
I was, being cute and told Grump, and you was saying, Grump, he didn't, Grump's like Arizona State, he didn't quit on them. Because I thought, man, TCU's going to blow them out of the water, and then darn if Arizona State didn't come back and.
Yeah. We gotta hit our news break here, gentlemen. So you can hang on and come back, and we'll wrap things up here. But first, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Learn more at tell360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Tragedy struck in Grand Blanc, Michigan, where a gunman opened fire inside of a Mormon church today, killing one, injuring 9 others before police stopped him. The church was also set ablaze, and investigators fear more victims may be found in the rubble. Authorities confirm the suspect is dead and no longer a risk to the public. Vice President J.D. Vance says it's time for Russia to come to the table and talk peace. During an appearance on Fox News Sunday, Vance called on the Russians to wake up and accept reality.
We remain committed to peace, but it takes two to tango. And unfortunately, what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, the Russians have refused to sit down with any bilateral meetings.
The vice president's comments come after President Trump met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the United Nations. Senate Majority Leader John Thune is pointing the finger at Democratic lawmakers as the clock ticks on a government shutdown. During an interview on NBC's Meet the Press, Thune says Democrats' demands have brought negotiations to a stop.
What the Democrats have done here is take the federal government as a hostage, and for that matter, by extension, the American people, to try and get a whole laundry list of things that they want, the special interest groups on the far left are pushing them to accomplish.
Thune will join House Speaker Mike Johnson, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer for an Oval Office meeting with President Trump tomorrow. Consumers are feeling the sting of higher grocery prices, which are now up almost 30% since the pandemic. Janine Carpenter of the Chattanooga Area Food Bank in Tennessee says it's making it hard to provide help to those who need it.
As food and grocery prices rise for the average family, for you or me, they also rise for the food banks. So our cost to purchase food goes up, typically in the same amount or same proportion as what we're seeing in grocery stores.
The Consumer Price Index shows grocery prices rose 0.6% from July until August. August, which is the steepest one-month gain in about 3 years. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
In Southport, North Carolina, a Marine veteran opened fire at a waterfront bar Saturday night, killing 3 and wounding 8. Police say the attack was highly premeditated. The suspect, Nigel Edge, a decorated Iraqi war veteran with a troubled past, was arrested after fleeing by boat. Locals describe the town as peaceful, making the violence all the more shocking. Prosecutors call it evil come ashore. Edge now faces murder charges as grieving families and a shaking community demand justice. A Fulton County judge has sentenced the man convicted of shooting Sequoia Turner to life plus.
Julian Connolly was convicted on several murder and aggravated assault charges Friday and sentenced to life without parole plus 25 years. Connolly is said to have shot a car Turner was in that turned onto University Avenue in Atlanta, driving into a newly established autonomous zone at a burned-out Wendy's in 2020. I'm Scott Kimbler.
What is the world's healthiest food?
A study from William Patterson University in New Jersey, published with support from the CDC, has found the world's healthiest food. That food is the vegetable watercress. Researchers analyzed dozens of foods against 17 essential nutrients, including fiber, protein, and iron, and vitamins like C, E, and K. They found that 100 grams of watercress delivers 100% of the recommended daily intake. Watercress contains more vitamin C than oranges and lemons, and more calcium than milk. I'm Rob Martier.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Welcome back. For those just joining us, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. The final Monday here in the month of September, as we close out the final weekend in September. We'll be talking Halloween before we know it, won't we? All right, we'll get back in Wrap things up with our college football talk here. Thanks for hanging in there, gentlemen.
Thank you for keeping us on.
Yeah, that was just a hell of a game. It sent me that text. He's talking about TCU there, and I said, I'm kind of sticking by my prediction there on Arizona. I said, I still think it's going to come down to a field goal. Damn if it didn't. But jumping away from football here for a second, I had an all-day class today, shooting class. I let my damn concealed carry permit expire, and I didn't pay attention to it, the date on it. So I had to go back through the class. I took my son with me. He signed up for his. There was about 16, 17 people in there, and there was just a gorgeous little gal come walking in, 20 years old, sat down in front of me there, and she was taking the class, and then I got talking to her there. She's going to college, and she's the president for that organization that Charlie Kirk had.
Turning Point.
The local chapter. Yeah, Turning Point. She's the local chapter president there. So she's going through and getting her concealed carry permit, and we were kind of talking there. I mean, she's trying to figure out what kind of gun is right for her, and I had a .380 that I had a bag full of damn pistols we took over there. I wanted to shoot a little bit at the range there. They got an indoor range, and she was trying to cut one of her .380s, and then she tried to she likes a little .38 that I have, a little .38 special. It's a little Smith & Wesson 642. She's going to order one of them and get it. And I said, well, you just use mine, until you get one in, because she's got another class coming up on shooting class and different things. And I'll tell you what, I was really surprised sitting there talking to her how strong some of these college kids are feeling now about, actually despising the way that the Democrat Party has came about. She said, I'm 20 years old. I'll never vote for a Democrat. And she said, I don't know anybody in my, in my classes and things that will. And I said, really? She said, yeah, it's just getting so bad that the people that are so whacked out, the far left that is so whacked out, said, you don't know what the hell they're going to do. That's why she's getting death threats and everything else by kids, these nuts that that's why she's going through this. And I said, well, I said, I don't know how, serious some of these idiots are, but, the best thing in the world to be able to protect yourself. And so, yeah, she's going through that, but I was just really impressed with her. I just want to throw that in there, that there is hope for these young kids.
Let me ask you a question. Did you ever dream of the day that people that go to church are now carrying handguns in the church? Look what happened up there. Where was that up there in
Michigan
today?
Yes, Grand Blanc, Michigan,
and the Christianity is being attacked. It's sad. The state of affairs our country has gotten. It's almost like biblical, and I don't mean to turn this into religious talk, but I'm sorry, it's out there. Let's talk about it. It's almost as if the biblical prophecy is unfolding before our very eyes. It's sad.
Mm-hmm.
If you stand up and say, I'm a Christian, I believe in God and Jesus Christ, well, somebody's going to shoot you. Man, I'm just dumbfounded by it all, and just it's just sad. And then
it is.
Go ahead, girl.
No, it is. You're right. It's a sad day in this country when the average person that just wants to earn a living, follow their faith and be a good American is threatened by people that don't, that has a different view. I mean, it's just, used to, we was talking today, and my grandmother, bless her heart, she carried a pistol wherever she went. I mean, she was just, I'm an old lady, a defenseless old lady. I said, yeah, right. me and the instructor was standing there talking. I said, she carried a damn pistol with her for her. I don't remember her ever not having a little 32 caliber pistol with her. And I said, if somebody would have walked up to her and said, a cop or somebody would have said, hey, you need to get a permit for that, she would have probably shot him. That's just the way she was. It wasn't that she was scared of anybody, but she just let you know right down flat that, what she said she meant to say and how she was the way it was, but we never locked doors, things like that in the house. And now, Steve, I got 6 damn cameras on my house just to see, because of the neighborhood. I can bring them up. I get alerts on my phone or something like that. Hell, one day I got an alert and I turned the phone on. There's a guy standing out by our damn pool. In fact, he was standing there leaning on our pool, kind of looking up at the house, and I hit the microphone. And I said, in 2 seconds, there's going to be a big-ass dog coming out that door. So he took off, and I knew who he was. So when I got home, I was worried for my wife. I went over to his house, knocked on the door. As soon as he opened the door up, I knocked his ass out. I said, you ever come around my house again when I ain't there? I'll bury you somewhere. I swear to God, I will. And it just, it's frightening that, she's disabled. She can't, fight with people, but she can damn sure shoot them. She can turn the dog loose on them. That's all we can do. But, when it comes to the point where you got to have 6 cameras on your house just to make sure that your family's safe, it's a sad-ass day in this country. It really is. But I hope things change, man. I don't know that it ever will. I think they've just let these goons, these radicals, step over the line so damn far that they're so brazen now. They don't have any fear of what will happen. And we need to change that. It needs to be the good people in this country that when you got, one of them idiots stepping up, poking their finger in somebody's face, it ought to be 3 good people slapping the snot out of that idiot. Just letting them know that they're not welcome. Their views are welcome, but their violence isn't. And that's where we're separating, is how, I can call somebody a damn name. I can say, Nancy Pelosi's stupid or ugly or whatever. I can't stand her. But I'm not going to sit here and call her a Nazi and things like that. I don't know what the hell she's like. And this is where they act on their violence. The other side just cannot come to grips with the fact that there is opposing views out there, but they act on their violence. They become this violent entity, and they're like, we'll do whatever we want to do to you. What are you going to do about it? Well, you might do it to somebody, and you might get away with it. But no, when they start slapping at me, buddy, I'm fighting back. Like I said, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. So that's the way it is. But anyway,
well,
sure is.
Yeah. No, I'm there with you. It's just sad, but it's just like a trucking issue. Now think about this a minute. Okay, I went and got my DOT card. I asked them. I said, "Y'all gonna send that to the FSMCSA?" And they said, "Yeah," but they said you better take it to the Highway Patrol too, and I did. For somebody else to take care of business, that I'm a big boy and I can take care of myself. They won't get that letter saying my license was downgraded. So with that being said, let me ask you this stupid question. Based on what the federal government done this weekend, it's my assumption that they're just putting a Band-Aid on a broken or an amputated appendage. And who's out here that shouldn't be out here driving, whether they're non-domiciled drivers or whether they're drivers at these trucking schools just run through the mill. And a lot of it, we can thank ATA for it. What are you really going to do? Shut them down. You know who they are. Shut them down. There's no need in having no 60-day, 60-day comment period. Shut them down. Yes, ATA going to scream to high heaven. The only reason they're going to scream to high heaven is because all of a sudden the cost of moving that damn freight's going to go up, and so it's going to benefit people like Grump and our friend from Georgia. and he's owner operators. So I'm curious to see just how serious they're going to be about getting these unqualified drivers off our highways.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What's your thought?
That's one of the reasons why freight is so damn cheap right now, is that government has allowed this to fester. They have allowed all these damn companies to, and these brokerages and logistics companies, just to bring whoever in the hell they want to bring in here. They can, if they're warm and can get down the damn road, halfway decent, they give them a license. Government has allowed that to happen. And we have such a glut on trucks. They can sit around here and say there's a driver shortage until the cows come home. There is no damn driver shortage. What there is a glut on on bad drivers. And as soon as we start weeding these people out, and hopefully they're going to get off their ass and do it, government is, Sean Duffy, he talked a good fight. I think he's an honorable guy, but we're going to see what happens, and as soon as they start slapping these companies and slapping these brokerages and people like that are using these foreign drivers and people like that, and go a step further, look at how much freight is being handled outside of this country. India and places like that, Vietnam, that has these in China, has these call centers set up to where they're monitoring the boards, the freight boards and everything, and stealing freight, out from underneath people for pennies on the damn dollar, pretty much, just to keep these trucks running. I don't know that it's to keep the trucks moving or to try to cripple our economy. It's coming down to that. I just seen a thing there where grocery prices actually went up, about 0.6% or something like that. That was a pretty good hike, when you look at it. I haven't seen a lot of fuel prices coming down. Gasoline, yes. Diesel fuel, no. It's still hovering up there, and in some places it's $4 and $5 a gallon. We haven't seen a lot of that. So, if Trump's going to blow his damn horn and talk about tariffs and everything else, he needs to get somebody that's honest in there with him and take a good look at stuff and say your economy would be a hell of a lot better if X, Y, and Z. You start bringing these fuel prices down and start doing, some things for truck drivers. And it's, we're coming up on the end of the, we're coming up on a government shutdown because of everything that's going on. And I was reading some of the stuff in there, the American people, Steve, didn't create this damn debacle with Obamacare. It was jammed down our throats. But right now, the Republicans are talking about all these, millions of people that are low income that are getting these tax credits and stuff, just doing away with them. Well, that's going to do two things. Number one, it's going to cancel out their insurance to the point where they can't afford it. And then they're going to be up there paying insurance prices like I am. Up over $1,000 a damn month for insurance prices.
Jeez. Is that health insurance?
Yeah, I pay $1,249 a month for health insurance. And when they start pulling those damn subsidy or the tax credits out, if that's what happens, then it's going to shoot through the roof. And things like that just don't work. When you're giving billions of damn dollars away to health insurance companies, billions of dollars, and subsidizing them, who is already making money hand over fist. It's when you can afford to pay a damn the president of like United Healthcare or something like that, millions. I'm talking, nearly $100 million a year in stock options and cash bonuses and stuff like that. There's a freaking problem with that. I got a problem with that. People can sit up and talk capitalism all they want, but by God, when the government is creating this environment where they're giving them billions of damn dollars, and then all you get from them is no, we're not going to cover that, and by the way, your damn deductible just went up. I got to pay $32,000, Steve, before they pay a damn nickel out of anything. In premiums and deductible costs just on my wife alone. And it's getting to be just a problem. She'll be 65 here in a year and a half, or we'll hopefully things is going to change.
Yeah, but Grump, I'm not trying to get personal, but do you have your wife under your insurance plan?
No, I go to the VA. I use the VA, and under my retirement plan, she got insurance. She got insurance through TRICARE for 5 years. Under because I went in the reserves and stuff. But she had it for 5 years.
Well, to be fair, because I'm getting Medicare, and then I've got that United Health supplement.
Right.
Right now, I can't drive. My meds, I think I pay $500 deductible at the beginning of the year. And the rest of it, now I go get my meds, it don't cost me $1. I went down and had a scan done on my left leg, and I asked them, I said, what's the normal cost of this procedure? And they said $900 just for a 20-minute procedure. But all I had to pay was $25. I'm pleased to punch with that. And so.
Yeah. Hopefully, when she turns 65, it's things is going to get better. But, she's on oxygen. She has to use oxygen, and because of her heart, and the thing, she had that horrible heart attack and just things that, nearly killed her and just things like that. And that damn oxygen alone is $252, I think it is, a month that I'm having to pay.
Oh, wow.
And that's on top of the, so when you add everything up, all the bills and stuff, like that, hell, I'm paying probably $1,600 a month just in her health care.
Yeah.
On all the little added extras and stuff like that. And how many people can pay that? See, I work my ass off to pay that. If I had, if it wasn't for the VA, and stuff, and of course, I spent my time in that damn sandbox, so, I use the VA. And, so I don't know, it's got to get better. And I think, if they ever got rid of all the subsidies that they're giving in, medical insurance companies and stuff like that, and made them compete for the patients' dollars, made them compete for their services, as a customer, I think things would change a hell of a lot. But as long as your, government is handing people money, and here you go, don't worry about it. That was into that Affordable Care Act through Obama, and they subsidize it like crazy. Well, hell, what incentive do they have to bring prices down? They're getting billions. And another thing that just pisses me off, go through and see how many portfolios that congressmen have and how much health care is in their portfolios. They from the time before the Affordable Care Act went into effect, they invested heavily in their retirements and things like that because they knew what was going to happen. And that, every one of them ought to be in jail because it's put a just a hell of a strain on the American people. And, I hate it, man. Every damn, month, hell, I just paid it, 2 days ago. I'm like, damn, every time I got to write that check or get online and pay that damn bill, it just makes me sick to see that, whether you used it or not, that's pretty much $1,600 that you're, just throwing away. So I don't know, but that's my gripe.
Well, it's just like my sister. My brother-in-law was retired from the military, and then when he passed, she got all his VA benefits and the TRICARE, and she's been in the hospital now 4.5 months, and when she walks out of there, I don't think she will owe one dime. And so that's where I'm not trying to make a joke. Your wife would be better off if you just check on the hell out of here and get out of here, and she can get some good insurance there, Grump.
Yeah, I tell you, man, it's problems.
You should have good insurance. Now, she should, with her age, start coming up, and some of that cost that you're facing should start. You should start seeing those numbers come down. But
that's one of the
you're
things
an owner operator. Go ahead.
I see. That's one of the damn things that Democrats are raising hell about right now. They're wanting illegals back on Medicaid.
Yep.
And things like that. Which of course, we don't get Medicaid, but still, what I'm saying is that all that goes against the states and the states' health care plans that they have. We had this jackass named Jay Nixon, that was our governor at the time of the Affordable Care Act went into effect, and all he did is put a screw in on anybody, any small business and things like that. They did away with so many insurance companies and things like that. We only had a choice of like 5 insurance companies that we could get insurance with, and hell, they all talked. They're all, well, let's keep it an even keel, and that way, we'll all get a piece of the pie. Well, that's exactly what happened. And now the Democrats are, they want them damn illegals and all these sick, lame, and lazies that won't get off their ass and do anything, And I made a comment about being in the grocery store, and this damn gal and standing in front of me, and buddy, I tell you what, I just damn near went crazy on her. She was standing in front of me, had 1,000 tattoos all over. I'm talking artwork that cost a lot of damn money, and talking on one of them big ass damn iPhones, brand new ones, and she's wouldn't get that out of her head, and paying with her stuff with a damn EBT card, and sounded like she was one of the white versions of the freaking Cosby kids, like that hood rat, heifer that, grew up in the ghettos or something like that, and talking all kinds of smack. And here we're paying her damn food bills and everything else, and all it's doing is giving her the opportunity to run out there and get a phone and
another
she
tattoo.
Sure as hell wasn't calling an unemployment agency, so it just makes you sick, man. It does. It's the way this country's turned, and just they don't demonize anybody anymore. I mean, people like that, they don't shame them into getting a damn job. They reward them. They just keep rewarding them and telling them it's not their fault that they're a lard ass and that they're sitting on their butt all the damn time. Oh, that's not your fault. Somebody else has created that environment for you. No,
Well, gentlemen, I gotta wrap it up here because we're down to the news break, and but great input. I appreciate all you guys do for me here, and we're underway on a Monday. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Got here, the church was on fire, the gunman was down, and it's been a very busy scene, as you can imagine.
One person is dead and at least 9 others injured following an attack at an LDS church in Michigan. Grand Blanc Police Chief William Rain gave details about that incident.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church.
Police say the shooter also set the church ablaze and believe that there will be more victims found. The 40-year-old shooter is deceased after he was engaged by 2 officers. A 13-year-old Afghan boy miraculously survived a flight to India hiding in a jet's landing gear. He thought he was headed to Iran, but wound up in Delhi, where officials detained and deported him. Experts say most stowaways die at 30,000 feet, making his survival a rare miracle. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, bring you up to speed on some of the latest developments. As they say, the search continues for individuals who may have been caught in the fire following the shooting in the church. The latest I'm seeing here, the death toll is 4 of the church parishioners and the shooter. So that's 5. Now, we now know the suspect served in the military from June of 2004 to June of 2008. According to the Marine Corps, he was an organizational automotive mechanic and vehicle recovery operator, achieved the rank of sergeant, was deployed in Operation Iraqi Freedom from August of 07 to March of 08. He earned several awards: the Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon, the Iraq Campaign Medal, the Global War on Terror Service Medal, the National Defense Service Medal. Last assignment was in the 2nd Maintenance Battalion of Combat Logistics at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. Now, as suspected, as we said, more bodies were discovered in the church, raising the total number of victims to 4. 2 of those had gunshot wounds, including the suspect. There are 5 deceased. He also praised the heroism of the first responders, who he said were on the scene within like 30 seconds of receiving the initial call. The FBI is now leading the investigation, investigating the case as an act of targeted violence. according to the acting special agent in charge. Michigan State Police, I guess, this past afternoon, responding to additional bomb threats at different locations in the community. According to an official at a press conference this past evening, some of those threats were at churches and were cleared by state police. But they did say, according to state police spokeswoman Kim Vetter, please continue to stay vigilant. If you see something suspicious, say something. First responders working around the clock, combing through the debris, again to find additional bodies. Crews are in recovery mode. We do know there are some that are unaccounted for, he said. He could not provide exactly how many, but the church is a total loss due to the fire. The suspect used an accelerant believed to have been gasoline to set the blaze. He did say some suspected explosive devices were found. Not clear whether they were actually used to initiate the fire. People inside the church, as this scene unfolded, they say, flinging themselves into danger's way, shielding children. They were shielding children who were also present within the church, moving them to safety. Just hundreds of people practicing their faith. Anything else here? The 36-square-mile township, Grand Blanc Township, population of about 40,000 people. It completely surrounds the city of Grand Blanc, which is less than 4 square miles, population of about 8,000. The FBI's Detroit field office, they said this past evening, is asking the public to submit tips that could help with the agency's investigation. I'm not sure specifically what they might be looking for tips on, but I guess people that might have known the suspect and things of that nature. It is 844-844-3388. As we close out the weekend, a Monday is upon us. Well, a dry, warm September in the Northwest is about to give way with cooler, fall-like weather set to arrive as we roll into October. The first significant fall storm of the season is going to begin to barrel into the Northwest in 2 waves, Monday into Tuesday. Rain, clouds, cool air have been absent for much of the month. We've seen areas of expanding drought from coastal Oregon to much of Washington into the northern Rockies. Seattle's had their 5th driest stretch from June 1 to September 25 with 2.06 inches of rain. So rain there will actually be a welcome sight. Temperatures have been a few degrees above historical average in both Seattle and Portland. This last weekend of September, we're closing out, has been dry for outdoor plans, fall festivals, hikes, college football. But the clouds are beginning to roll in with some rain along the Washington and Oregon coasts, hinting at the changing pattern. That first wave moves in to Pacific Northwest overnight tonight, followed by a second stronger storm Tuesday into Wednesday. Rain maybe 1 to 2 inches along the coastal areas early this week, with rain amounts tapering to maybe a ½ inch to an inch once you get along the Interstate 5 corridor. That recent stretch of dry weather will help keep the risk of flash flooding relatively low despite the storms. Obviously, use caution on the interstates and the winding roads where rain will reduce visibility and create slick conditions. Now, that second storm coming into the west Tuesday to Wednesday, that'll dip far enough south to bring in some moisture from Hurricane Narda. That'll lead to pockets of flooding along the northern California to the northwest coast. Winds, gusts of 30 to 50 miles per hour will accompany the rain and could trigger some localized power outages. It is 844-844-3388. All right, the two-time world champion bull hauler.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Well, doing all right. Got a Monday here, greatest day of the week, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, I work every day of the week, so every day is good for me, So, hey, I wanted to comment on the like this church shooting and when this kind of stuff happens. And you ever remember a movie in the late 70s with Charles Bronson called Telephone?
That does kind of ring a bell, yeah.
It was, if I remember right, he played a KGB agent, and he had to come to the U.S. to stop a rogue agent that was setting off these agents that had been planted in the U.S., and they were hypnotized, and when this guy would call them up on the phone, they'd be as normal as you and me, but he'd call them up on the phone and recite a Robert Frost poem, and it would set him off. And like one guy he owned a towing company, and showed him he went and automatically got hypnotic and went and got a bomb and drove it off to a weapons depot and blew it up. And Charles Bronson had to stop this guy, but I think about that movie every time you see stuff like this happening and wondering if somebody with nefarious reasons isn't behind all this, setting these people off. Because, I know this guy here, if I understand it right, he got shot by the police, but so many of these guys anymore do this stuff and then they go automatically shoot themselves,
Mm-hmm.
They take themselves out, so all the evidence is gone there. And it just makes me think about that when you see that all the time, and how many of these are mind control things, and then they can turn it into some political deal because of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, other than that, we had a good trip to Pennsylvania. I went up there to hop on wife, and then she finished off her birthday week she went to, she's in Florida with our youngest son right now, and they toured the Kennedy Space Center, and he was going to go to Disney World until he found out how much it was. He didn't want to go to Disney World anymore, so they're flying home tomorrow. But we had a really good trip to Pennsylvania. I got a chaplain certification and became an ordained minister while I was up there. And then when we got done with that, we went and toured the Gettysburg battlefield. We just did the drive-through part of it, but they have a museum up there called Beyond Gettysburg, and that museum has it's like a house that's built in there, and you get to go in there and sit and experience what the battle was like, what the people's experience with the battle as it was coming into the town. And the whole museum, Steve, didn't focus on the war itself. It focused on the community of Gettysburg and all the devastation that happened after the battle, and the decades long that people were dying from disease because of all the rotted bodies and
wow.
the poisons and stuff that got in the water, because there was 50,000 men that died in 72 hours in that battle.
Wow.
And we went on the car tour part of it, and there were monuments that would be set up, but there's areas when you go through there that looked to me like there were parts of the fields that they didn't ever really touch. The weeds will grow up for so long, and then the weather will knock them out, and they'll grow up again. And there was one area where there was a plaque for one of the Indiana regiments, and how they know this, I don't know, but they talked about in that particular area that they fought for over 12 hours to go 12 yards to get water for their canteens was part of the battle they were having. And but the one thing I noticed was that area right there where I was at, it was mowed so you could go up by those monuments. But when you walked over to the edge of that field that was overgrown, it's all these years later, you just feel a weird energy there. And I don't know what that was from or whether it was just me thinking that or what, but it's a pretty incredible experience to go up there knowing what happened, because I did the math on that. If you round off all those numbers, that was like 12 men every minute were getting killed up there, you know. And then the community had to deal with that after it was over. They had 50,000 bodies and horses laying around, devastation on their farms, and like I said, it talked about the many, many years of disease that people had after that because of that. So we don't ever think about what happens to the consequences of these towns and areas where these battles happen. You just hear about it at the war itself. So that's a very tragic experience, but we had a good time, though, and then got back and we stopped, spent the night in St. Louis, and went up in the Arch. I'd never been up in the Arch, and it's pretty incredible. They got a 30-minute movie on how they built that arch and all that. That was pretty incredible. And then rode that big, tall Ferris wheel that's there, and then we spent some time at Merrimack Springs, and I violated the trucker's rule and went into a Buc-ee's in Springfield, Missouri on the way home. Got to experience that, you know, and so at them Buc-ee's, if you've never been in one, it's a big convenience store, mall or something. I mean, they sold everything from Western wear to lawnmowers to snow cones in that thing, man. It was pretty incredible.
I've never been to a Buc-ee's. I didn't realize they sold that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, it's a whole mixture. I was surprised. We actually stopped in it going out because we drove out there to Pennsylvania, and we stopped in it going out early in the morning. There wasn't nobody there, but when we came back that Sunday afternoon, it was like half of Springfield was in that dang thing, and they got pumps that are clear out there. You dang near need a golf cart to come in there to pay your bill on it, you know?
Wow.
But pretty incredible. And then I did want to say, we crossed over, we got off on US 40 a little bit there in Maryland, and they call it the old line state, because that highway, US 40, was the first one ever commissioned by the U.S. government, like 1835. Of course, it wasn't paved back then, but it was still a trade route. And so that was kind of neat to experience that, because, you know, when I grew up in Colorado, that was Colfax Avenue there in Denver. But they had an Amoco station. Some outfit in Cohen owns about 18 or 19 of these, and it's an old school Amoco station. And when we went in it, where the garage doors used to be was kind of there was some brick and some glass there, and then when you walked in the actual convenience store part of it, went up and around.
All right, and it so often happens as he's rolling down the highway, we lose our signal. Well, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Great to hear from you. And plenty of room for you here on a Monday. Get a new week underway. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership. All with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cup hookups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Today is Monday, and the final day of September being, of course, Tuesday. Still facing the potential threat of a government shutdown. According to reports, President Trump plans to meet with the top 4 congressional leaders at the White House today. One day, obviously, before the deadline to fund the government or face a shutdown. So the meeting will involve House Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, House Democrat Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Confirmed over the weekend by a White House official, President Trump has once again agreed to a meeting in the Oval Office. As we have repeatedly said, Democrats will meet anywhere, at any time, with anyone to negotiate a bipartisan spending agreement that meets the needs of the American people. Yeah, that was Schumer and Jeffries, a joint statement. We are resolute in our determination to avoid a shutdown and address the Republican health care crisis. Of course, the standoff continues, namely in the Senate. For days, as Democrats have refused to offer the necessary votes to pass the funding measure that would keep the government open past Tuesday. If they do not come to some sort of an agreement, a shutdown will begin at the midnight hour, 12:01 a.m., Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Democrats had secured a meeting with Trump until Republican leaders intervened and the president called it off. Schumer spoke privately with Thune on Friday, trying to push him to get a meeting with Trump scheduled because of the funding deadline. As rank-and-file Democrats begin to question their leadership's unsustainable position, Senator Schumer is clearly getting nervous, according to a spokesman for Thune. Saturday night, he said there's an easy way out, and they'll get a chance to take that next week. Democrats believe they have leverage, have insisted on key health care provisions in exchange for their votes. They want an extension of the subsidies to help low and middle income earners purchase insurance through the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, also insisting on reversing cuts to Medicaid that were included in the Republican signature tax measure. Republicans say those demands are non-starters. They're willing to have a conversation on those issues separate from government funding talks. The GOP is asking for a straight extension of the current funding for 7 additional weeks. Earlier last week, Johnson acknowledged he had encouraged Trump not to meet with the Democrat leaders. He and I talked at length, and the day before I said, look, When they get their job done, once they do the basic governing work of keeping the government open as president, then you can have a meeting with them. Of course, it might be productive at that point, but right now, it's just a waste of your time. And John Thune had said earlier last week, he did have a conversation with the president, offered his opinion on the meeting, which he did not disclose, but I think the president speaks for himself. I think he came to the conclusion that meeting would not be productive at all. So the finger pointing obviously will continue, but all right, about a minute before news break coming up here. And, of course, we'll get back to your calls ahead. Plowboy will be checking in. Philip in Florida. Yeah, the latest on the twin hurricanes. And based on the models I'm seeing, it looks like we will actually be witnessing the true, what do they call it, the Fujiwara effect, where the monstrosity Category 4 Umberto kind of bypasses Imelda and pulls it off away from the southeastern coast and out to sea. Very interesting how things are unfolding there. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Friday morning, we were discussing this, what they call all-hands-on-deck meeting with generals from around the globe, all coming to Quantico, Virginia. And we'll give you the latest on that. It appears the president indeed will be in attendance at that gathering on Tuesday at Quantico. Like I said, we'll give you all the latest on that coming up here in our next hour. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. At least one person is dead and 9 others injured following an attack on an LDS church in Michigan during today's services.
It happened in the city of Grand Blanc. Davidson Township Police Chief Jay Rendon describes the scene.
Got here, the church was on fire, the gunman was down, and it's been a very busy scene, as you can imagine.
Police Chief William Rain.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several individuals within the church.
40 are deceased by 2 officers. I'm Lisa Carton.
ICE is increasing its presence in Portland. On Thursday, President Trump sent a memo calling out Portland and Los Angeles, saying he planned to increase the number of federal agents in the immigration effort. Portland Mayor Heath says there's been an increase.
We have armored vehicles on the streets of Portland and reported agents throughout our community.
Wilson's calling on Portlanders to demonstrate peacefully. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a statement last week saying where ICE agents are under siege, they will protect those agents and federal property. Inflation is remaining relatively steady.
The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, a key inflation gauge used by the Federal Reserve, went up 0.3% in August, in line with expectations. That puts the annual inflation rate at 2.7%, according to numbers from the Commerce Department. Excluding food and energy, the core rate sits at 2.9%. The Federal Reserve aims for a 2% rate, but has signaled 2 more interest rate cuts by the end of the year. I'm Michael Kastner.
Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Green is defying Trump's team over her push to release the Epstein files. She says she answers to her voters, not the White House. Once considered a pariah, Green now wields power as an independent voice, unafraid to buck party leaders or even Trump himself. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
I hope that over time, New Yorkers will see this city thrive under our leadership, and that policies we put in place should be continued and expanded.
With about 5 weeks to go until Election Day, the field of candidates for New York City mayor is now down to 3.
Mayor Adams announced his decision to quit the race in a video released on social media.
Despite all we've achieved, I cannot continue my re-election campaign.
In a statement, Adams said his campaign was undermined by constant media speculation about his future and a decision by the Campaign Finance Board to withhold funding. His departure leaves Democratic frontrunner Zoran Mamdani, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. I'm Larry Kofsky.
In North Carolina, Corrections Officer Brian Edwards declared, quote, "I am Antifa" on social media and has since been fired. Edwards posted about war crimes trials and even reviving the guillotine. The sheriff said he broke conduct rules and damaged trust. The Drug Enforcement Administration is warning about a tranquilizer for elephants that's being sold as fentanyl in Washington state.
Earlier this month, over 50,000 pills were seized from a suspect at a Centralia gas station. The pills were tested in a lab, and instead of containing fentanyl, they contained carfentanil. It's a synthetic opioid made to tranquilize elephants. It's 100 times more potent than fentanyl. They're finding the drug on the streets and caution one pill can kill. Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, just like that, we get another hour underway on a Monday. I trust you had a good weekend. Ready or not, October is knocking on the door here. Hey, a little more detail real quick, like before we get back to the calls. The announcement from the Department of Transportation, non-domiciled CDLs being declared a national emergency. Through this interim final rule, again to be published in the Federal Register today, Monday, the FMCSA restores the integrity of the commercial driver's license issuance process by significantly limiting the authority for state driver's license agencies to issue and renew non-domiciled CDLs and commercial learner's permits to individuals domiciled in foreign jurisdictions. This change strengthens the security of the CDL issuance process and enhances the safety of the commercial motor vehicle operations. Specifically, the rule, number one, limits individuals eligible for a non-domiciled CDL or learner's permit to those maintaining lawful immigration status in certain employment-based non-immigrant categories. Certain individuals domiciled in a U.S. territory, individuals domiciled in a state that is prohibited from issuing learner's permits or CDLs because the state's CDL program is decertified. It requires non-citizen applicants, except for lawful permanent residents, to provide an unexpired foreign passport and an unexpired arrival departure record indicated one of the specified employment-based non-immigrant categories at every issuance, whether it's an issuance, a transfer, a renewal, or an upgrade. It requires the state driver's licensing agencies to query what they call the systematic alien verification for entitlements system to verify the accuracy and legitimacy of the provided documents and information. It requires the state agencies to retain copies of the application documents for at least 2 years. It requires the expiration date for any non-domiciled CDL or learner's permit to match the expiration date of the arrival departure record or to expire in 1 year, whichever comes sooner. It requires the applicant to be present in person at each renewal. It requires state agencies to downgrade the non-domiciled permit or CDL if the state becomes aware that the person is no longer eligible. Here a few months ago, the DOT announced a nationwide audit of these states issuing these non-domiciled CDLs. They discovered systemic non-compliance across several states: California, Colorado, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Washington, yes, even Texas. They said they discovered a large number of non-domiciled CDLs issued to drivers who were ineligible, whose licenses remained valid after their lawful presence in the U.S. had expired. What our team has discovered should disturb and anger every American, according to Sean Duffy. Licenses to operate a massive 80,000-pound truck being issued to dangerous foreign drivers, oftentimes illegally. That is a direct threat to the safety of every family on the road. He also announced direct enforcement against the state of California. California must immediately pause the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs and identify all non-domiciled CDLs that fail to comply with regulations. So definitely, if they proceed as sounds like they're anticipating doing, they might make some headway. And I did mention there's going to be a comment period, as Big Ed said. Why do we need 60 days? Just do it. Once the interim final rule is published in the Federal Register later today, there will be that 60 days to comment. Regulations.gov is the website. You'll need the docket number, which is FMCSA-2025-0622. All right. Plowboy on board this Monday. What's happening, Plowboy?
Good morning, Steve. A good weekend, I hope. Just not long enough, right?
Not long enough. Yeah, we spent most of the weekend there at Uncle Fred's.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Same story we left you with.
Yeah, pretty much. It's really trying to help him get the house in order, getting things cleaned up. He's working on going to have to sell the pickup truck, all the things you got to take care of,
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
It's wrap up is one of the longest things there is, and yeah, it can be the worst thing. I had to laugh here a bit ago when those two that was on your great show was talking their football, and they went on to this other side of things. I died laughing when you said talking about your grandmother and her pistol. I just almost thinking if she would have got stopped and at anything said out of the way to her, she would probably said the old thing that we always been hearing. Yeah, gun control is I aim and I hit what I aim at. Be done with it.
Right.
But I thought Ed had retired. Apparently he hasn't. Did I hear he's got another job now called the honeydew list? Whenever he decides he says he's retired, and she's going to say, no, you're not.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of that. Yes.
No, all them games are good. And I honestly, I could not believe what happened in Athens, Georgia. I could not believe that Alabama pulled it off. All the games are good, and Steve, I start early on Saturday mornings when basically that's a day off for me. And yeah, that was a hell of a good game. Your Bearcats won against Kansas. That was a dang good game. I over state line out here.
In light of that, I just came across a story that said Cincinnati coming off the most thrilling win of the season. They're actually gaining momentum from the odds makers off that win. They're now 1.5-point favorites in that game, the home showdown with Iowa State next Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but and I'll put it this way: Bearcats pack a good fan base. So whatever y'all call it, whiteout, blackout, whatever they call it, they'll raise enough, and a 12-man will be the one to pull them over the edge. And I hope the hell they do it. Did you happen to cuss the television like I did Friday morning, Steve, when I had Fox News on and seeing all them yahoos walk out of the address by Prime Minister B.B. Netanyahu?
I did not catch that Friday morning, no.
Oh, brother, them yahoos, when he got up there going to give his address, over half to 3/4 of some of the bitches walked out of the assembly hall.
Wow.
What are we going to do? Like, If you're going to be in here, you're going to stay. No walking out, no matter who it is, no matter how well you like them or hate them. It just, yeah. But see, you were going over this, about the driver's licenses and all them you got them. It's really getting to me. I've heard monkey gadger on your show. I've heard horse feathers and all of them talking about multiple nostalgia in this trip. They maintaining their CDL when they were born and raised here. Now we got all these son of bucks over here that's got a license. And all we got to go out and lasso them up and bring them back and send them wherever the hell it had to be. And this should not take. It should be once they key it in, your license is ready to go. And I mean, it's just now, Steve, you said something. I thought I seen where it cost Dum Dum $30 million for not applying or complying with that in California. Did I missee something? Was that $30 million that he got for being 30 days late on getting all these ones that shouldn't be driving out here, the non-English speaking?
Was that a part of?
Short, it should have been.
Was that a part of Duffy's announcement Friday, or?
I thought it was. I seen it on one like CDL Live or one of them, because hell, it ought to be $30 billion foreclosed on that yahoo. But I don't know. It just they got a lot to do and a lot more to do. But one last question, sir. What do you feel about Adams dropping out of the race up there in New York? Was he forced out, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, when they said that I guess the donations, they weren't going to give him any more money. They see the handwriting on the wall. He doesn't stand a chance. I mean, Mom Dami is double-digit lead. 20-point lead. That's I don't understand it, but that's where it is.
Steve, that bastard scares me.
Yeah.
Because, put it this way. If he gets in there, we don't have to worry about having Plowboy saying about them walking out on his speech, because that yahoo wants to put Bibi Netanyahu in handcuffs, which is absolutely wrong. Oh, they don't go along. Well, I better get off before I get...
All right, Plowboy,
over the line.
Thanks for chiming in. Have a good day. Got the new week off and rolling. Philip, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much, man. Just watching a couple of guys go down I-4 at about 100 miles an hour. Other than that, how you doing?
Doing all right. Greatest day of the week.
Yeah, well, I hope FHP has fun up here towards Orlando, because those guys will be up there in a minute. Anyway, so what do you think about them double hurricanes out there?
Well, I guess are people breathing a big sigh of relief because the models more and more now kind of look like they may be pulled out off the eastern seaboard, or that I mean, is that a definitive, or do you know?
Yeah, we're all breathing a sigh of relief. We had a pretty ugly weekend, when there was a lot of uncertainty about where things were going to stand. And I know the folks in the Carolinas are breathing a little sigh too, as well, with what the trends are showing.
Mm-hmm.
But if anybody wants to study hurricanes and how they work and the science of them, right now you should be paying attention to the models and to also the radar, because now you can see one coming to life and you can see another one that's already been built. And that one that's already been built, the big guy, you want him away from everything right now. Now, there's always somebody that's going to pay the price in a hurricane. And I know we all are breathing a sigh of relief here in the United States and all that kind of stuff, but those folks in Bermuda are going to get a direct hit from that. I know. And That's the one that's going to be hitting them. The big boy, I think, is going to stay away from them, which I hope it does. But if you want to see what hurricanes are about, you've got two of them sitting beside each other about 600 miles apart. You got one that's perfectly built. Everything's even. It's got a big old formed eye. It's probably 20 to 40 miles across there. It looks perfect. And then you got one that gets its act together. And that shows what it is. And this Fujiwara thing, yeah, the big guy is going to go first. And then the little one that's over by us is going to go in behind it and cross. And that's what's going to go into Bermuda by what the trends are showing. But this is something that we go through every year, Steve. This is, I've been back down here. I moved away from Florida for 10 years and then came back in 2002. And I forgot about it. I forgot about all the stuff. And then we had my daughter in 2004. And by the time my daughter was a year old, she went through 3 hurricanes. And I was thinking about that tonight. There's a lot of things that's happened since 2004 to right now. And we've had a lot of different hurricanes and storms and whatnot. And it's something you got to pay attention to when you live in paradise. Paradise isn't always paradise. Just remember that. So, but it's going to be crazy. They canceled some launches over it. We were supposed to have a couple launches. They canceled them because of it, uncertainty about what's going on. But hopefully we get things together. And I don't know about this insurance deal. How you go from football to talking about insurance, Steve? I've never seen that in my life. I'm sitting there a while ago getting ready. I'm thinking, I hear Grump and Ed, they're going to talk about the football. I guess I came late to the party, and they're talking about insurance. I'm like, what? What did I miss? Steve, did you have a chance to catch any of that golf stuff yesterday, the Ryder Cup?
I didn't catch it live, but yeah, the whole Rory McIlroy thing and the heckling and he refused to head, like 6 minutes he paused, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot of pausing here and there. It wasn't your typical golf tournament. There was a lot of people there that were really, the America thing was strong there, very strong there. And when those guys did something, the crowd just went absolutely nuts. And, it was amazing. And McIlroy and those guys, they actually had them call in some extra law enforcement because the crowd was getting loud. It was getting real loud. Unfortunately, we couldn't pull it off, but they weren't only missed it by a couple, and they did good. The team that was put together for America was a strong team, and I'm really proud of those guys because they all take the country seriously. I didn't think they did, but man, you could just see the grief in their face, that they lost, but you could tell that they were proud to be Americans, and that was amazing. But the European team, earlier in the week, that's where they got their game advantage. The Americans, they kind of, at the beginning of the week, they kind of sloughed off a little bit, and it caught up with them at the very end. And that couple of points got them. Even though the Europeans lost one of their guys, and they give a half a point to each team. And still, the Europeans came back. And it's just, got to do what you got to do. But the crowd was very American there, I will say that much.
Yeah. Well,
you have to watch some of the replays.
As far as proper golf etiquette, the crowd was not following proper etiquette.
No, they weren't. They had to settle them down quite a bit. And when the players went to go shoot, I will give them this much: when the guys did go shoot, they were shut up, which they need to. You need to concentrate, and I get that. But let me tell you what: when that ball was in the air, flying, them people were saying stuff, and it was out there. I've been watching the golf for a long time, and I've never seen people act that way before. But they were definitely into the American thing there, and the American team was bringing them on too. Every time somebody scored or did something big, they all rallied around with them, brought them up, brought the crowd up. I mean, it was first time I've seen a golf game where the crowd was really involved. Usually you watch golf, everybody's kind of subdued and whatever, but these guys were they were involved. They were vocal. So, but that's all I got today, buddy, and I hope everybody stays safe, and we'll talk to you later.
Philip, great to hear from you. Have a great morning. Obviously, a better day. All right, Tuesday, right? That's all hands on deck. President Trump will reportedly be attending War Secretary Pete Hegseth's rare, what they're calling unprecedented, all-hands gathering of military leaders at Quantico on Tuesday. According to the Washington Post, we have confirmation from the White House that the president is now attending the speech Tuesday. Now, if you weren't with us Friday, we were talking about this. The notice was sent to the Pentagon because of bolstered security measures due to the president's presence. Hundreds of generals, admirals, and senior enlisted leaders from around the world, which they're saying all one-star rank and above, have been ordered to attend the meeting Tuesday. Described by officials as a speech on warrior ethos and military standards. Now, Trump's attendance confirmed over the weekend will place the Secret Service in charge of security. Earlier last week, when he was first asked about it, he said, I'll be there if they want me, but why is that such a big deal? The fact that we're getting along with the generals and the admirals, remember, I am the president of peace. It's good to get along. You act like this is a bad thing. Isn't it nice that people are coming from all over the world to be with us? Now, the White House hasn't commented on Trump's upcoming appearance. Newsmax reached out to the White House press office, had not heard back as of publication this past day. But the initial reports said that the all-hands call kind of shocked military leaders for whatever reason. President Trump urging NATO to take a more assertive role in Ukraine's defense by using weapons to push back Russian advances on the front lines. He suggested the U.S. would provide arms to NATO members, which would then deploy them to Ukraine rather than shipping them directly from the U.S. stockpiles. But that is a stark departure from his posture of limiting direct intervention. So we'll see what the discussion's all about. Grumpin suggesting there may be a little bit of house cleaning maybe taking place there on Tuesday as well. We'll see. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting tell360.com today.
Don't get stuck.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Got here, the church was on fire, the gunman was down, and it's been a very busy scene, as you can imagine.
One person is dead and at least 9 others injured following an attack at an LDS church in Michigan. Grand Blanc Police Chief William Rain gave details about that incident.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church.
Police say the shooter also set the church ablaze and believe that there will be more victims found. The 40-year-old shooter is deceased after he was engaged by 2 officers. A 13-year-old Afghan boy miraculously survived a flight to India hiding in a jet's landing gear. He thought he was headed to Iran, but wound up in Delhi, where officials detained and deported him. Experts say most stowaways die at 30,000 feet, making his survival a rare miracle. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Welcome back. So, Major League Baseball, the postseason picture is now filled up. And in some cases, it came down to the final game of the season to determine who's in, who's out. Cincinnati was one of those teams that made it in Even though they lost Sunday, but they had taken the first two from the Brewers, Friday and Saturday, that kept him tied with the New York Mets. Mets losing this past day, so Cincinnati is in. First game coming up on Tuesday night, I believe. They're headed to L.A. to face the Dodgers in a best-of-3 first round in the wild card. Chicago, the Cubbies will face San Diego. Again, that'd be first round. Winner of the Cincinnati versus L.A. 3-game series will face the Philadelphia Phillies. Winner of the Cubs versus San Diego will face those Milwaukee Brewers. On the American League side, what do we have? Detroit versus Cleveland. A miraculous comeback by the Guardians. Boston faces New York, the Yankees. Winner of the Boston-New York round goes on to face the Blue Jays. Winner of the Detroit versus Cleveland will face Seattle. And on down the line, we move from there. So the picture is in place. May the best teams win. All right, speaking of the best teams, Brain Dead, what's going on?
Oh, just out here trying to make a few dollars tonight, Steve. I know you had a good weekend. I was trying to do a little bit of work around the old delivering the groceries this weekend. I don't know what the heck is going on with freight. I mean, last week I worked one day, off the next day, and it was the same way. But a couple of things really quick and serious, Steve. You were talking about the whole farmer thing. What was that, Friday morning, the story that I sent you?
Yes.
About the farmers?
Yeah, like 1 in 3 going under.
Yeah, it's a myriad of factors. You got the fuel cost, the cost of the seed, the fertilizer, the equipment. I mean, not many people know that equipment on there, just a standard stripped, not equipped tractor is like $250,000. Your combine's about $350,000. The cutting head's another $250,000. I mean, you see where this is going. A lot of the farmers around here are selling off their land for those solar farms or those data centers. They're popping up everywhere because they're getting more money for the land. I mean, it's like I saw, just for giggles one day, I was just kind of poking around. Not too far from us, probably about an hour and a half west of us in a little bitty town, one of these farmers was selling off 1,500 acres of land for $5 million. Crazy, isn't it?
It is.
But I got something on the lighter side for you, sort of, Steve. Now, Steve, you know the left is not really bright at all. And I've got proof of this. Proof. You ready for this?
Okay, lay it on us.
Now, you know who Ice Cube is, right?
I do, yes. The rapper?
In Portland, Oregon this weekend, his bus was firebombed on tour when it was making a stop in Portland, Oregon, by people who were protesting the whole the ICE, the immigration. So in other words, they got Ice Cube confused with immigration. How do you cannot make this stuff up, Steve. It is like you firebombed about a $2 million bus. So, but yeah, it was some football games this weekend. I heard Ed and Grunt talking about that. Like Ed said, Sam Pittman got fired over at Arkansas. I saw that coming last year. I'm honestly, truly surprised Sam Pittman held on to his job in the off season. I'm even surprised he held on to it this far. I figured when they lost to Memphis by 1 point, I mean they had Arkansas had Memphis up by 16 at one point in time and let them come back and win. I mean, I figured he was gone. So, but yeah, what else? Yeah, that Virginia Tech game was pretty crazy. I mean, two overtimes. That was a really good game, and like's been said, you know, there was a lot of really good games.
Sadly, I didn't get to see much of the action this weekend. It was rather busy.
Yeah, I heard about your uncle there, but you know the one thing that they missed, Steve, is the Florida Gators lost to the bye week this week, 70-0. Poor Dingbat is beside herself. But
now they got to face Miami of Florida next weekend, correct?
No, they face who do they face? I'd have to go check it out. Let's switch over to some NASCAR stuff real quick. You were talking about the baseball and the playoffs. Well, you know, NASCAR, I told you earlier in the year, NASCAR was going to modify their playoff format. Now, it depends on what internet site you go look at. It's reputable.
Mm-hmm.
Some say that NASCAR is completely scrapping the whole playoff series.
I've seen a bunch of those discussions over the weekend. They're saying that they're going the wrong direction, and they're finally realizing it, right? Go back to the old-fashioned way?
Well, no. Well, that's one way. Another way they're talking about is getting rid of the whole single race winner-take-all format. I mean, there's the conspiracy theory nuts have gone absolutely bonkers with this. And also, too, I don't know if you saw this or not, but Martin Truex Jr. had a whole bunch of his trophies stolen and sold. Did you see that?
I did not, no.
And these were not like little, you know, the little no-name trophies. I'm talking about like the regular season point winner trophies. The retirement trophy from Toyota when he retired here a few years back in the shirt. And the auction house said, "Oh no, we didn't know they were stolen. They were consigned to us through one of his what do you call them? Like an employee, kind of like a confidant or whatever. I don't know how you want to say it."
Wow.
And it's like they're already dealing with something like this with Logan Paul. Did you see that I sent you? Logan Paul suing Heritage Auction House.
Yes. Something about it. They wouldn't let him do an investigation into the authenticity. Was that it?
Yep. See, this is how stupid he is. I guess the more money you get, the more stupid you get. Just ask the poor liberals that would just firebomb the bus. But Upper Deck has Wayne Gretzky, Michael Jordan, and I think there's a few other ones that are under contract. They're exclusive contract. This means they cannot go to the national convention and sign autographs. They can't even sign. If you walked up to them on the street, they will not sign your football or whatever. They're exclusively limited to Upper Deck. And if Upper Deck says, hey, go here and do an autograph session, or go there and do an autograph session, they have to abide by that. So there's no doubt in my mind that this is legit. He's barking up the wrong tree. He paid $530-something thousand for this piece of floor, and he's probably been trying to sell it and can't get nobody to buy it. Well, no wonder, idiot. there's collectors out here, but you're focusing on the super collectors, the ones that have the millions of dollars behind them that can afford, a $500,000 piece of floor. It's like, do you not see this?
Mm-hmm.
But real quickly though, I know you may not have a lot of college basketball fans, and I'm a college basketball fan as well. Bruce Pearl finally retired at Auburn. I remember when he played in Tennessee. He is one heck of a coach. He's not like the best. I think he is one of the greatest he'll go down as one of the greatest of all times. I remember when Tennessee got some sort of it was like not a sanction. They were under investigation. Tennessee said goodbye, good luck, have a good life. Auburn scooped them up. Auburn's basketball program at the time when Bruce Pearl came in just sucked. It just absolutely, positively, literally just stunk. I mean, you could go in and go, okay, let's see, Auburn's a win. You can just go ahead and check that off the list. And now he is one of the most feared and respected coaches that has been at Auburn. And the people at Auburn have been beside themselves. So let's see what's this. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this to you. Did you happen to hear the Ohio State University's research study that came out this past week? Did you see this?
I must have missed that. What was it?
Oh, Lord. I think it was the night you were off, Steve. They did a research study on why women are so happy. Would you believe this? They had time to research on why women are so happy. Do you know what they came up with is why women are so happy?
Oh, what is it?
They don't have any wives. Bottom me.
Okay, well, I don't know. In this day and age, we'll leave it there. Thanks, Brain Dead. It's 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Yeah, I had printed up some of the abysmal viewership numbers. NASCAR. I got an update from the Sports Business Journal reporter Adam Stern. It says that fans are realizing Yeah, back in the old days, before the playoff thing, that the consistency throughout the year, that's what won championships. The late, great Dale Earnhardt made that abundantly clear. It's just being consistent. Finish in the top 10 week after week after week, and you'll be a winner. That all changed. Nowadays, it's more like luck. Luck plays a bigger role. One stumble ends up in elimination. You can just maybe tune in for the winner takes it all finale, which has resulted in the NASCAR Cup Series hitting all new lows. Adam Stern again posted via the USA Network. USA Network got a .70 rating. 1.29 million viewers for the Sunday NASCAR Cup race in New Hampshire. That was not this weekend, but the last. Down from a 1.0 rating and 1.88 million viewers for the same race last year. From a .96 rating, 1.79 million for last year's fourth playoff race at Kansas, losing 590,000 viewers. Compared to the same race the previous year, that is a hell of a hit. Matter of fact, a .70 rating makes it one of the weakest playoff showings in recent years. Then he said, here's some more numbers to consume. The first playoff race, Darlington, that was a Sunday night race. 1.88 million viewers on USA to USA. Last season, that same opener that clashed with the NFL's week number 1 still managed 2.02 million on USA. Sunday's round 2 opener at New Hampshire, 1.29 million viewers. 2 decades ago, that race drew 5.5 million viewers. This is pretty sad. None of the playoff races this season to date has had 2 million viewers. Cup Series is down more than 13% from last year. Playoff races are off by nearly 17%. Even the regular season dropped by 12% from last season, where they averaged 2.7 million viewers across the Fox, FS1, NBC, USA, TNT, and True TV. That's a tough pill to swallow, he says, when the stands in Loudon were actually sold out. When NASCAR first convened a committee back in February to discuss the championship format, only one person advocated for eliminating the playoff system. But earlier this month, when that same committee sat down again, there are more nods to scrap the playoffs and return to the old point system that they used all the way back. Well, I guess that disappeared in 2003. The committee also confirmed no changes will be announced until the season ends at Phoenix, but they appear to have actually reached a decision at this point. The next step is NASCAR is going to get its leadership in position, have a discussion, and lock ourselves into a room and figure it out from there, according to NASCAR's Managing Director of Communications, Mike Ford. Take all the feedback from the committee, come up with the best decision for the entire sport and the fans moving forward. Kevin Harvick, the veteran racer, also kind of sounded the alarm earlier this month when he said, why do we ever race on a Saturday night? It makes no sense. 0 sense. Look at the TV ratings. I know it's football season, but the TV ratings are historically completely well known by everyone in the industry that we do not ever score on Saturday night. Last month, Denny Hamlin responded to the question on Richmond's numbers. The fans are calling the numbers pitiful. While debating whether NASCAR's broadcast plan is pushing the casual viewers away. Fans addressed the .7 rated Cup Series elephant in the room. One reaction, cut straight to the numbers. A double-digit drop in numbers is staggering for any sport. However, in NASCAR's case, it comes during the playoffs when viewership's actually supposed to be spiking. 30% drop in viewership in 1 year? No bueno. Now, for a while, there's been concern that NASCAR may be losing its national audience at a rate that's too steep to be some sort of seasonal fluctuation. Others pointed to the shifting habits in how people consume sports. Traditional cable has been losing subscribers at a rapid pace. Moreover, NASCAR's reliance on USA Network and the FS1 for some of their key races have left many potential viewers out of reach. It's important to note this year marks the first year of the new television rights deal, and NASCAR has shifted their attention towards streaming platforms. Still, one fan kind of highlighted the issue. I keep saying it, but anyone under the age of 49 isn't paying for traditional cable anymore. Everyone is streaming or just straight up not watching. This showed a widening gap between NASCAR's broadcast partners and the younger audiences. The new fans increasingly expect to stream their sports rather than find a cable channel. The NFL's dominance on Sunday afternoons also came up. Competing directly with pro football has long been a challenge for NASCAR, but this year's sharp playoff decline, adding fuel to that argument. Holy smokes, brutal numbers. I know that the NFL's a juggernaut you'll never win against, but what's really driving this sharp decline in viewers? While football explains some of the losses, there's got to be more to it. The blunt question is, what else is driving fans away from the structural issues with NASCAR's current television model? But we can see why the organization is not exactly moving away from cable. There's some problems. All right, we'll get a news break here. Hitting the midnight hour on the West Coast as we roll into a Monday. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. At least one person is dead and 9 others injured following an attack on an LDS church in Michigan during today's services.
It happened in the city of Grand Blanc. Davidson Township Police Chief Jay Rendon describes the scene.
Got here, the church was on fire, the gunman was down, and it's been a very busy scene, as you can imagine.
Police Chief William Rain.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church.
The 40-year-old shooter is deceased after he was engaged by 2 officers. I'm Lisa Carton.
ICE is increasing its presence in Portland. On Thursday, President Trump sent a memo calling out Portland and Los Angeles, saying he planned to increase the number of federal agents in the immigration effort. Portland Mayor Heath says there's been an increase.
We have armored vehicles on the streets of Portland and reported agents throughout our community.
Wilson's calling on Portlanders to demonstrate peacefully. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a statement last week saying where ICE agents are under siege, they will protect those agents and federal property. Inflation is remaining relatively steady.
The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, a key inflation gauge used by the Federal Reserve, went up 0.3% in August, in line with expectations. That puts the annual inflation rate at 2.7%, according to numbers from the Commerce Department. Excluding food and energy, the core rate sits at 2.9%. The Federal Reserve aims for a 2% rate, but has signaled 2 more interest rate cuts by the end of the year. I'm Michael Kastner.
Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Green is defying Trump's team over her push to release the Epstein files. She says she answers to her voters, not the White House. Once considered a pariah, Green now wields power as an independent voice, unafraid to buck party leaders or even Trump himself. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
I hope that over time, New Yorkers will see this city thrive under our leadership, and that policies we put in place should be continued and expanded.
With about 5 weeks to go until Election Day, the field of candidates for New York City mayor is now down to 3.
Mayor Adams announced his decision to quit the race in a video released on social media.
Despite all we've achieved, I cannot continue my re-election campaign.
In a statement, Adams said his campaign was undermined by constant media speculation about his future and a decision by the Campaign Finance Board to withhold funding. His departure leaves Democratic frontrunner Zoran Mamdani, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. I'm Larry Kofsky.
In North Carolina, Corrections Officer Brian Edwards declared, quote, "I am Antifa" on social media and has since been fired. Edwards posted about war crimes trials and even reviving the guillotine. The sheriff said he broke conduct rules and damaged trust. The Drug Enforcement Administration is warning about a tranquilizer for elephants that's being sold as fentanyl in Washington state.
Earlier this month, over 50,000 pills were seized from a suspect at a Centralia gas station. The pills were tested in a lab, and instead of containing fentanyl, they contained carfentanil. It's a synthetic opioid made to tranquilize elephants. It's 100 times more potent than fentanyl. They're finding the drug on the streets and caution one pill can kill. Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medishare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Another hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's a Monday. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here. Anybody familiar with Ogden Canyon along State Route 39 in Utah? Now, they've had several safety measures put in place since late last year. According to the Utah Department of Transportation, aging barriers have been replaced. Centerline rumble strips have been installed, and additional signage has been added in recent months. Open houses have been held to gather public feedback on safety. The latest safety measure went into effect last Monday, a week ago. Today, vehicles longer than 50 feet are now restricted from traveling through Ogden Canyon. 5 fatalities have occurred on that stretch since 2015. Back in July of last year, a bulldozer disconnecting from a tow truck, landing on another vehicle, causing 2 fatalities. The Region 1 Senior Communications Manager said this is the right thing to do. It's up to us to create the best engineering solutions possible. This will not prevent every crash. We need the public to help out. Additionally, the speed limit in Ogden Canyon is being reduced to 35 miles per hour in a section known as the Narrows. They will have the radar speed feedback signs installed there, letting you know what your speed is. We need you to pay attention, slow down, put down the distractions, especially when driving in the canyon. Securing loads, maintain a safe travel distance between vehicles, caution around sharp curves should be commonsensical things drivers could take. KUTV in Salt Lake City reported that enforcement in the vehicle restrictions in Ogden Canyon will be handled by the Utah Highway Patrol and the Weber County deputies. All right, so anything 50 foot or longer, the big trucks for the most part. Well, I don't know. What's the alternate route? All right, get the hour underway. Vic checks in on a Monday.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I was cleaning up my computer today, and I noticed that emails I thought I'd sent you, it showed they were drafts. Did you get all those emails on about the using vegetable oil for fuel? Because you didn't. I know a couple of those they said I wasn't authorized to forward. So maybe you hadn't.
I think that was
gotten them, but,
that would have been last week, right? I did get several different things, a couple of emails. Yes, I did get those.
Oh, okay. Because here was my, I guess you would say my rub, pet peeve, or whatever. I have seen it so many times that they take money for the farmers to help the farmers, and somehow it gets worked around to help the large companies, and they're wanting to take basically money from that checkoff program for the American Soybean Association and use that to promote exports to China. Well, the only people that's going to make money for exports to China are the large grain exporters, and they really don't need help. Meanwhile, they should be putting their research into making sure they patent different processes to turn the vegetable oil into various types of fuel. I think ConocoPhillips, I think they've already patented some stuff. There's Shell, I believe, has. Delta is working with people on sustainable aviation fuel. And meanwhile, you know, what is the American Soybean Association doing? Are they working with the colleges and stuff to get the patents there and share the patents with the colleges? So that was what my main, I guess you'd say, like say, my rub, bust, whatever, with this whole bit of the agricultural trade policy. It's like they keep wanting to go to China hat in hand, and we have other options available that will basically make money for the farmer and the other people in the United States. And that you were talking about all these farmers in rough shape and going out of business. They've kept working on these farm programs that where they really don't benefit the individual farmer, you know, the 1,000-acre farmer or something like that. That used to be a big farmer. They don't really benefit the livestock industry, because now they have something called a livestock indemnity program, to where these large feedlots, they wind up getting money if something happens as far as, you know, a type of disease. And I'm waiting for them to come out to the beef producers to give them some sort of an incentive over this new screwworm fly, which is devastating to the beef industry. And I understand they've had one or two cases close to the southern border there. So that was basically what my complaint was, is money that should be going for long-term benefit for farmers isn't. So, but on another subject, I like to watch Judge Napolitano and his Freedom Files on Sunday, and today he had a college professor of law. They were discussing this deal with Jimmy Kimmel getting fired, and they were commenting about free speech and making a free speech argument. And one of the arguments was that the FCC entered, so that was government interference or something, and therefore that's why that was wrong. And it's like, well, now hold on there a minute. You're more familiar with this than I, but the FCC has to give you a license to broadcast.
Correct.
And what Jimmy Kimmel was saying was on broadcast TV. Now, I think the streaming services and all that, they're protected with Section 230, whatever that is, and they're talking about taking that away from them. Also, on the speech is getting so hateful. And that there were two very accomplished people, and I'm thinking, but he was in regulated speech, Kimmel was, and he said that the individual was a mega person. I mean, that was exactly wrong, and I don't know what he was based on it. I mean, it doesn't, somebody getting assassinated doesn't seem like a very good subject matter for comedy, but anyway, we know how Kimmel felt about anything. So I don't know if these people are making a differentiation across the country between regulated speech and free speech, because it's two very different things. And if you want a license to broadcast, I believe you have to agree to certain things. So I don't know they were saying that the reason Disney put Kimmel back on, or ABC, was because of free speech, and it's like I just didn't see it in it. That's just one thing that just struck me odd, that there are two very accomplished people, and they didn't really realize the difference between the FCC regulations and somebody standing on a street corner with a bullhorn. It's just two different things. And that's really all I had there, Steve.
All righty. Thank you much, Vic. Always good to hear from you. Get some insight. Separately from the all hands on deck, all one-star generals and above, gathering at Quantico tomorrow, Tuesday. Grump on our Friday morning program was suggesting there may be some heads roll, some firings, dismissals, whatever you want to call it, a possibility of that gathering. We'll find out here in fairly short order, but we do know, actually last week, that word came down from the White House Budget Office instructing federal agencies to prepare for what they call reduction in force plans for mass firings in the event of a government shutdown. The Office of Management and Budget sent a memo to federal agencies last Wednesday night to prepare to permanently reduce government workforce if there's a shutdown. With the September 30 deadline looming, Washington bracing for the possibility of a shutdown as the partisan gridlock stalls efforts to extend funding. We know House Republicans recently advanced a stopgap bill to keep the government open through November 21, but the Senate blocked it because it fails to include the Democrat priorities. Funding for health care programs, Democrats countered with their own proposal to extend operations through October 31, but included in that would be restoring the Affordable Care Act subsidies and Medicaid support. Republicans dismissed that plan, prevented a vote on it in the Senate. The standoff then intensified when President Trump abruptly canceled his meeting that was scheduled with Democrat leaders, said it was pointless, accused them of being inflexible. Chuck Schumer responds by saying Republicans bear full responsibility to find a solution since they control the House. Okay. At the same time, Hakeem Jeffries warned Democrats will not entertain handshake agreements, insisting that only formal legislation can avert a shutdown. With no deal in sight and the legislative calendar tightening, the chances of a shutdown are obviously increasing by the day. And, well, we're down to less than 48 hours away now as we speak. See what's going on with Buck Week. Buck Week got you coming up right after this, and room for you at 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck down time costs injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial has the fix. Our Torque Lock Intercup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection Torque Lock injector cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Here's another prime example of what the previous administration's open door policy gets you. A 24-year-old illegal from Venezuela who posed as a teenager in Toledo, Ohio, now facing decades in prison after admitting to a scheme that lasted more than a year. Anthony Emmanuel Labrador Sierra pleading guilty this past week to multiple charges after forging immigration documents and claiming to be a 16-year-old student at Perrysburg High School in January of 2024. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Sierra crossed the border in 2019, was permitted to stay until March of 2020 by the Biden administration, also illegally purchased a firearm using falsified documents. Court documents show the scheme started in November of 23 when Sierra contacted the school claiming he'd been trafficked, providing a false birth date of December 2nd of 2007. He enrolled under the name Anthony Labrador. He attended classes for 14 months. He also participated in school sports. In a letter to parents, the school superintendent said that Sierra lived with a local family that was misled into believing they were housing a homeless teen. By May of this year, the family had suspicions about Sierra and informed the school. The family said they had learned Sierra was actually an adult with children. Investigators later found a prepaid phone, a fake Michigan ID with a 1999 birth date, and a firearm with 3 loaded 9mm magazines under his mattress. Taken into custody, hit with an ICE detainer after his arrest. Prosecutors said he fraudulently secured several documents, including a social security number, an Ohio driver's license, and federal temporary protected status. Pleading guilty to firearm possession by an alien unlawfully in the United States, making false statements during the purchase of a firearm, and 2 counts of making or using false documents. So he's attending high school, 24-year-old. Okay. Hello, Buckwheat.
Hello, Steve. Hey, I think I found that guy that Philip seen that was doing 100 mile an hour down there at Highway Route 4. He's up here on 78. He's east of Allentown doing 97. So, yeah, he's moving right along there. Anyhow, my wife shared, Cream of Wheat there shared something on her Facebook page on Friday. There's a local train, tourist train, a steam engine, East Broad Top Railroad there in Orbezonia, Pennsylvania. And they just opened up a new section of track. And they took, on Friday morning, they took the students, the track runs past school, so they took the students on the train to go to high school, and I was just like, man, that's something that I never experienced before in my life, hopping on the steam train to go to school. Turn the back clock of time, but yeah, this year is a tourist destination, I guess. I've been hanging around there. It's sort of a reenactment of the old time train depot, and they have a lot of outbuildings there, and they have a turntable, and they can put one of those steam locomotives on the turntable, and one person can push the train, swing it around, because it's like perfectly balanced, and for years I've been looking into windows and stuff like that, but yeah, it's just nice to see them making the news there. But talking about that kid there in school, this weekend I seen another thing. I think it was out in Des Moines, Iowa, where a superintendent got deported or detained. He was in the country illegally. He was on a student visa since 1999, and he was just given the job of being a superintendent of this whole school district in Des Moines, Iowa, and now he's has orders to be deported. Mm-hmm. And I also seen another expert on Twitter or something like that that one of Michelle Obama's staff or whatever was in trouble for harboring, hiding the evidence of this guy not being here illegally. And he was an educator for like 20-some years. And it's like, wow, all these people, no wonder our education system is the way it is, but having all these people influencing our kids. But so this weekend we had the Down syndrome conference, and there was probably about 40 or 50 families there, each of us with Down syndrome children, and like yesterday morning I had breakfast with somebody from Ireland, and on one side, and on the other side they had somebody from northern Minnesota up close to the Canada border, and yet on Saturday I was talking with a guy from Ohio who was in charge of a co-op, and he grew organic vegetables, and he was just talking about how he had to they went through references, and this company gave him references from a well-known company, and he sent a load of organic cabbages to Brooklyn, to the Bronx, to Hunts Point. And when the load got there, it was on a Saturday, and he said, we can't unload till Tuesday. So the truck driver had to sit on that load of cabbages till Tuesday. And when they started unloading him, they started getting wind that this here is sort of a shady deal. And so they got contact with the truck driver and said, hey, have they unloaded you yet? And he said, they got 2 skids off. And he said, well, put them back on the truck. Get them put them back on the truck. So they got them. They put them back on the truck. And then the truck driver just sort of made evidence that, hey, we're going to turn this over. We called the cops. And he said, everybody scattered. All of a sudden there was nobody there no more.
Wow.
And, so, yeah, he was just saying that they tried to do the reference checks. They tried to do all this stuff. But there was a shady organization that, they eventually got rid of that load down to Philadelphia. But he felt sorry for the truck driver having to sit.
Sounds like one of those fake broker deals, right? Hey, hold the thought there. Lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keep you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Tragedy struck in Grand Blanc, Michigan, where a gunman opened fire inside of a Mormon church today, killing one, injuring 9 others before police stopped him. The church was also set ablaze, and investigators fear more victims may be found in the rubble. Authorities confirm the suspect is dead and no longer a risk to the public. Senate Majority Leader John Thune is pointing the finger at Democratic lawmakers as the clock ticks on a government shutdown. During an interview on NBC's Meet the Press, Thune says Democrats' demands have brought negotiations to a stop.
What the Democrats have done here is take the federal government as a hostage, and for that matter, by extension, the American people, to try and get a whole laundry list of things that they want that special interest groups on the far left are pushing them to accomplish.
Thune will join House Speaker Mike Johnson, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer for an Oval Office meeting with President Trump tomorrow. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
had a couple of great examples of why Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has declared these non-domiciled CDLs as a national emergency. So we'll get that coming up here. First, let me get back to Buckwheat. Thanks for hanging in there, Buckwheat.
Yeah, so this here guy that I was talking to said, he felt sorry for the truck driver. He sat on that cabbage for about a week, and he should have been only under it for about 3 days. But, he did. He gave him a little extra than what he normally would have. But, it's when people are doing these shady deals, the truck driver's technically the one who always gets screwed,
Yep.
Either waiting at the dock or, stuff like that. And it's disgusting, but, you would think of these people that goes through so much work to do shady deals and they try to cover their tracks. If they would just put half that energy into doing things right, they'd be a lot farther off ahead. But anyhow, I guess they were looking for a free load of cabbage, but I think I would try to steal something else rather than cabbage.
What's the value of a load of cabbage? You ain't going to get rich on that, are you?
I don't think so. Well, if it's organic, so that price is already a time and a half above what regular stuff is. But yeah, but so yeah, it's we had a good weekend there, and I think one of the reasons Cream of Wheat likes it, it's sort of like a cruise ship, and you don't have to be rocking on the water. All the meals are provided. The bedding and everything, that's all provided, and all you have to do is just show up, and bring your clothes. And yeah, so anyhow, we had a good time. Met a bunch of new people and a bunch of old people or friends that we had over the years, and so we came back and we had our neighborhood block party Sunday night, and I'm not sure why, but they got to talking about cats and how there's a cat that runs through the neighborhood that has a nickname Carl. And everybody was fussing about Carl and how Carl is a little shyster and he likes to get into things that he's not supposed to get into. And one guy said, he caught 4 stray cats. And he said, and he wanted to take him to the Humane Society. Well, I have another way of getting rid of them. But anyway, he said that he said it's fun trying to. He said, you ever try to put 4 cats in a box?
Right. Yep.
He was going through this story about how the one was attacking him, and yeah, it was quite exciting. But anyhow, so yeah, we're on our way to New York City today, and I got a half a load of ice cream and half a load of honey. And we got 1 skid of salami on here. So, quite an interesting concoction of a load. But, it's what the people want in New York City. So we're going to give it to them, and hopefully they're happy. But, that's pretty much all I have. And you're having a good show here. And, those hurricanes that are coming that they're, I guess, not going to be coming on shore anymore. It would really, really be nice if we could just get some of that rainfall from them, and get the ground back wet again, and But I guess we'll just have to keep waiting. Their forecast for this week, they are not calling for any rain, and so yeah. But it's just. Out there in central Pennsylvania, we were out there, and that's where this conference was at. The trees are starting to turn, but they're sort of like a Dawes brown color, and I just don't think the leaves are going to look so great this year because it's so dry. And, hey, it is what it is, and we'll take what we get. But anyhow, well, That's about all I have. We'll speak at you later.
All righty. Buckwheat, thank you for checking in this early Monday. All right, non-domiciled CDLs. Let me start with, this would be more or less an update on the case of that fatal crash on I-20 near Dallas that left 5 dead. A wrongful death lawsuit that cites the former employees has been brought against the trucking company, as well as the trucking company involved. That was Hope Trans. Yeah, back in the end of August, they were given 60 days to take substantive corrective actions to fix multiple violations discovered by the FMCSA. Well, last week, a wrongful death lawsuit brought against Hope Trans, citing former employees as proof of ongoing safety violations. According to WFAA, the lawsuit was filed in Dallas County on behalf of the family of Nicole Gregory, who was killed in that crash. The suit names Hope Transportation, the owner, Alishat Magomedova, as well as the broker, Covenant Logistics, of prioritizing profit over safety by assigning a solo driver to a U.S. postal run that legally required to have team drivers. Postal Service policy mandates that any runs longer than 500 miles use team drivers. While that I-20 crash had only Gonzalez, who fell asleep at the wheel in the truck. The lawsuit says this case is about risks ignored at every level. By exposing these egregious violations and reckless choices, plaintiffs aim to prevent future tragedies and advocate for safer practices. Now, the lawsuit cites a former Hope Trans truck driver who claims he actually warned the broker, which was Covenant Logistics, that Hope Trans was breaking the team driver policy. That driver claims he had driven a 1,900-mile run from Atlanta to Phoenix in 34 hours with very little rest. He says Hope Trans backdated bills of lading to skirt the requirement of a 10-hour break. He said that the company told drivers that showing original documents could lead to a major violation. Always keep the provided bill of lading ready and hide any original paperwork. He also said that there were several codes used by drivers in the company to secretly request more driving hours that would legally be a violation. One of those code words would be, "I need a coffee." These calculated, reckless practices routinely pushed drivers like the defendant beyond their physical limits. According to the lawsuit, the suit also alleges that Covenant Logistics acted with gross negligence by failing to take action when federal data showed Hope Trans had an unusually high crash rate. Hope Trans drivers have logged dozens more violations since that crash. All we know is the company's insurance is scheduled for cancellation on October the 8th. That would be Exhibit A. Exhibit B, I don't know that we had even shared this particular story, but this was yet another Biden-era illegal from India, arrested after he smashed his 18-wheeler into a pickup that crippled a 5-year-old girl in California. The California Highway Patrol traffic crash report states that Partap Singh drove at an unsafe speed, failing to stop for traffic in a construction zone. San Bernardino Sheriff's Department arrived and took over the investigation, which was referred to the DA's office. The grieving father is now speaking out while President Trump's deputies prepare to deport the migrant. This particular migrant, an Indian national, Partap Singh, got a truck driving license after he was caught and released by Biden's deputies in 2024. The little girl, Delilah, can no longer walk, talk, eat orally, or attend kindergarten as she had planned, according to the father. In a post on X, the Department of Homeland Security said that little Delilah Coleman's life has been forever changed. Her father adds that she was in a coma for 3 weeks and required 6 months of hospital treatment before her family could bring her home. While in the hospital, she had a craniectomy. In other words, was without half of her skull for 4 months, experiencing a broken femur, skull fractures, has since been diagnosed with diplegic cerebral palsy, global developmental delay, and will have to have lifelong therapy. This tragedy, according to Secretary Kirsty Noem, was entirely preventable. This, sadly, another example of Gavin Newsom's California Department of Motor Vehicles issuing an illegal alien a commercial driver's license. How many more innocent people have to become victims before Gavin Newsom stops playing games with American lives? Homeland Security is working around the clock to remove dangerous aliens like Singh, who have no right to be in the United States. In this case, the truck driver illegally crossed the southern border in October of 2022, was released right back into the country by the Biden administration, arrested by ICE on August 29th in Fresno, California, obviously following the crash, and now is in ICE custody pending immigration proceedings. Lives at stake. Lives forever changed. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
I think I mentioned earlier that some of the mainstream media say they think they know what this gathering at Quantico is supposed to be about on Tuesday, but nobody's for certain. I'm going through this story from the Gateway Pundit, and I don't think it would be a very brilliant idea for any of those generals in the military to be posting on social media, kind of moaning and complaining about you having this gathering. I'm thinking you may very well find yourself with your stars removed by the end of this meeting on Tuesday. Let me give you the rest of the story. Yeah, this somewhat unprecedented gathering, they're saying, is due to his, meaning Hegseth's, mounting impatience that the Pentagon has not rapidly adopted the Trump administration's directives when it comes to military culture. Yeah, the speech, they say, will aim to get everybody on the same page in terms of Trump's desire to tighten up discipline and professional standards across the ranks. The original Washington Post story, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered hundreds of generals to travel from around the world to hear him make a short speech on military standards and warrior ethos, according to multiple people familiar with the event. But then the pushback. Example one, some Pentagon officials questioning the wisdom of launching a relatively large gathering on short notice to hear Hegseth speak for a matter of minutes, and bristling at the idea that long-serving military leaders, a segment of whom spent years in combat earlier in their careers, would need instruction on how to fight. In this particular post, and I quote, "They don't need a talk from Secretary Hegseth on the warrior's ethos." A high-profile retired general has spoken up on social media, to which Hegseth actually responded to bat it down. He said, "Cool story, General." Critics have argued that his policies have often not seemed aligned with lethality. Core initiatives have included removing transgender service members, ordering new shaving standards military-wide, rebranding the Defense Department as the Department of War, new seals and signage marking the entrance to his office at the Pentagon. One such critic, Lieutenant General Mark Hartling, retired former commander for U.S. Army Europe, said, "In my 40 years in uniform, I never saw anything like it. While senior leaders have been recalled to Washington to meet with the Secretary of Defense during all of our wars, never once did a secretary summon all the hundreds of 1 to 4 stars from each of the services, plus their top enlisted counterparts from every corner of the globe to a single auditorium. Not during the Cold War, not during Desert Storm, not during the height of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, not Rumsfeld, not Gates, not Panetta, not Mattis or Austin. They likely didn't do it because it's disruptive, it's expensive, and it's unnecessary." So, the optics of the meeting obviously will be interesting. Hegseth plans to record and later make public the speech, they're saying. There still remains the possibility that the Washington Post and CNN's reporting on it being about warrior ethos, it could be flat wrong. But things will soon become clear in a matter of days. Of course, it would not be the first time the likes of the Washington Post and CNN have been totally misinformed. Wrong story again. We'll see. Meanwhile, Blind Man joins us. Morning, Blind Man. How about I click the mouse again? I apologize. Let's try that. There we go.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I went through a couple of government shutdowns during my career, and both of them really turned out to be a vacation for a week or two. I remember the one when Newt Gingrich was running the House at the time. I was off for a month, and when we went back to work, we got our back pay, etc.
Right.
This shutdown is going to happen. It's going to happen. The Democrats are just absolutely wanting demands, more benefits for illegal aliens, etc., etc. And I hope, and I know Trump's going to hold his ground, so to speak. And if there is a shutdown, I bet there will be one. I bet you a lot of people will be laid off. But anyhow, I've heard some of the demands that the Democrats want to keep the government running, more benefits for illegal aliens, as I said.
Absolutely.
They want public radio and TV restored, funding for that. I don't know what other demands they want. Oh, more. Did I say more benefits for illegals? Yes. Who knows what's going to happen, but I think there is going to be a shutdown, the way the Democrats are acting now. So we'll see what happens. I'm glad I'm retired. I'm glad I don't have to put up with what some of the people I still talk to who are still working are telling me what's going on. And my father was in the Coast Guard, so I guess the military is going to get a "you better behave or else" type of lecture. That's what it sounds like to me. So there you go. And Buckwheat, I wish you the best of luck. Just be careful out there. I know you need to get hazard pay just to go to New York.
Right. Absolutely.
So, yeah. So anyway, that's it for me today.
All right.
Wanted to shout out to you.
Good to have you with us there. Thanks for checking in, Blind Man. Have a great day. All right, about a minute before news break. Final hour just around the corner here on the greatest day of the week. Semi-finalist for the 2025 edition of the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award were recently recognized at events in Ohio. At the Kenworth Manufacturing Plant in Chillicothe, the finalists for this year's award were actually announced. And finally, so we're down to essentially the final four. Our four finalists represent three military branches, continue to serve their country in a critical industry, according to the president of Fastport. We'll tell you who those four finalists are, and it's a life-changing award for one of these drivers that'll be coming up here yet again for another year. Meanwhile, lease with Tell. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with flexible lease options and full factory warranties. You can learn more by visiting tell360.com.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. One person is dead and at least 9 others injured following an attack at an LDS church in Michigan. Grand Blanc Police Chief William Rain gave details about that incident.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals.
Police say the shooter also set the church ablaze and believe that there will be more victims found. The 40-year-old shooter is deceased after he was engaged by 2 officers. President Trump is set to meet with top congressional leaders tomorrow ahead of the looming government shutdown. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is scheduled to attend that meeting, and he appeared on ABC's This Week. He says the focus needs to be on protecting Americans' well-being.
Our view going into the meeting is that we want to find bipartisan common ground to find a spending agreement that avoids a government shutdown and actually meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety.
Jeffries added that he's hopeful an agreement can be reached to avoid a shutdown before Tuesday's deadline. GOP House Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer are also scheduled to meet with the president. The National Highway Safety Administration has announced the recall of nearly 200,000 BMWs over potential fire risks.
The federal agency said the vehicle's engine starter relay may corrode, causing the relay to overheat, which may cause a fire. The NHTSA is recommending owners park outside and away from buildings and other vehicles until they confirm their vehicle is not affected by the recall or have the issue remedied. The agency said interim notification letters to owners are scheduled to be mailed on November 14th, with a second notice to be sent as remedy parts are available. I'm Rob Martier.
A 13-year-old Afghan boy miraculously survived a flight to India hiding in a jet's landing gear. He thought he was headed to Iran, but wound up in Delhi, where officials detained and deported him. Experts say most stowaways die at 30,000 feet, making his survival a rare miracle. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A new review published in Biochemical Pharmacology adds to evidence suggesting that drinking coffee regularly can help protect and restore liver health.
Consuming coffee is believed to slow liver disease's progression to fibrosis, cirrhosis, and hepatocellular carcinoma because of its mix of bioactive compounds. Coffee also helps balance the gut microbiome. The review also points out that the beneficial effects of coffee are dose-dependent. Consuming over 5 cups of coffee daily can increase bad cholesterol levels. I'm Lisa Carton.
President Trump has signed an executive order that will permit a Chinese company to sell TikTok to a group of American investors.
Under the deal, the video app's U.S. operations will be run by a new company, while TikTok's current owner, China-based ByteDance, will hold under 20% of the stock. Congress voted last year to ban the video sharing app for national security reasons unless it's sold its U.S. operations. I'm Monica Nelson.
More drone sightings are being reported over military installations in Denmark.
European news sources say the
Unidentified drones were spotted late Friday and early Saturday, just days after a major drone sighting prompted the closure of Denmark's major airports. Danish armed forces did not specify where the drones were spotted, but police say they were seen near the main base of the Royal Danish Air Force. The sightings follow similar incursions recently in Poland and Romania, and Russian fighter jets violated Estonia's airspace. The Russian embassy in Copenhagen has denied any involvement in Danish drone sightings. I'm Lisa Taylor.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, here we go. Final hour. Kick things off on a Monday. Transition to trucking. We're down to 4 finalists now. Each of them is also committed to delivering loads on time for veteran-ready employers. This year's finalists are Nicholas Boffin, U.S. Army Reserves, Charles Jones Jr., drives for rail transportation, U.S. Army, Macy Mattis, drives for Melton Truck Lines. Mark Shriven, U.S. Army, with Stevens Transport. On December 12th at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in D.C., the winner will be presented with the keys to a brand new Kenworth T680 with a 76-inch sleeper and all the latest driver amenities. The runner-up will be awarded $10,000. The remaining 2 finalists receive $5,000 each. Not too shabby, huh? Kenworth, a proud partner with Fastport and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for the 10th year. To honor and recognize the distinguished semi-finalist drivers who exemplify excellence behind the wheel. There will be an opportunity for the public to cast votes. That window opens on November 1st and remains open through November the 11th, the day before 1 month before the winner's announced. On December 12th, you can cast your vote during that open window from the Transition Trucking website. But congratulations to the finalists there. Good luck. Got us a Monday, Eagle. Ready to get the new week started. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm at home right now. I'll be leaving out tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'll be heading back out again. Long weekend. Yeah, getting back to work. I want to talk about before I get to these shootings, because you always got time to talk about that. I'm gonna talk about sports right quick, and then I'll get to these shootings that took place over the last 24 hours. Over the weekend, college football game. I just gonna talk about a couple of college games. A couple of college games. Alabama and Georgia got together, and they Alabama won. They beat Georgia, but they down. They not as good as they used to be. They missing a quarterback. They need a better quarterback. So that's hurting. They show program. Hopefully they can find somebody next year. Another coach got fired. Like I told you about last week, the Arkansas coach.
Yep.
After he got blown out, they didn't even wait until the end of the year. I thought they might go ahead and wait till the end of the year before they get rid of him, but they made a move. It's never good to get rid of a coach at the middle of the year, because you gotta get a replacement and a backup. And he probably not gonna be the man that they get a job to. So it's never good to get rid of a coach in the middle of the year, but he just wasn't getting the job done. So he had to go, just like the coach at Oklahoma State had to go. So there's several vacancies, and there's definitely gonna be a vacancy in Florida. The coach in Florida, he's definitely gonna be on his way out. I think. It's just a matter. I don't know what they're waiting on. I think they may go ahead and make the move too. If he loses next game, Florida might go ahead and get rid of him. They may not even let him finish out the year either. So, like I told you last week, I guess I don't know I don't think the guy in Arkansas had a big buyout, but that's one thing they got to change in college football. No, these college teams shouldn't. They shouldn't have to pay two coaches. This $60 and $70 million buyout is ridiculous to get somebody to leave the school. He's still making money and don't even work. The guy I told you about last week, Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M. That's the reason why he took another job. It's been 2 or 3 years since he got fired, and he's still sitting on the couch collecting money, and he ain't even working because they had like an $80 or $90 million buyout to get the hell out of Texas A&M. So I wouldn't try to coach football no more either. I'd be sitting at home with my legs kicked up on the couch, making that kind of money to do nothing. But so it was good. It was a good college. Ohio State won again. Ohio State won, so they still number one. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you, Steve, before I get to these shootings. I thought about that last week. Cincinnati Bengals, their season is over. Since Joe Burrow went down, that's the reason why you got to have a good backup quarterback. And from what I've seen in Cincinnati last week, they don't have no good backup. So Cincinnati, with their season is over. If Joe Burrow is not quarterbacking for them, they need to try to. I heard Russell Wilson might be available because the Giants decided to go with the other guy. They might want to try to take a look at Russell Wilson. I think he's better than the guy you got right now. What you think about Joe Burrow being out?
I pretty much concede that the season's essentially going to be over. I mean, we had, 5 turnovers last weekend. Of course, they got prime time tonight, Monday Night Football. And, it's almost like it's tradition for the Bengals to lose in prime time, sadly.
Yeah, I was hoping it wasn't going to be no serious injury. I was hoping it wouldn't have to require surgery, but they say he's toe. People don't realize, because I played sports, people don't realize you have to have your toe, how important it is when you're trying to run and move and stuff. And he couldn't play like that, so he had to go ahead and have surgery. But it's a shame that that he got to be out for 3 months, basically the rest of the year. So it's a good quarterback, and it's a shame he got to be out for the rest of the year. But but like I say, Cincinnati, they need to try to maybe look at somebody. Well, get a guy, get his backup guy couple more games to see what he can do. If he can't get the job done, they might want to try to get somebody else in. Maybe give Cincinnati a chance to win some of these games. But, now, getting to these shootings, Steve, man, I tell you what, last night I never seen nothing like this. We had damn shootings in the last 24 hours. I couldn't even keep up with them, Steve. And they even had one down here in Texas, close to where I live at, down in Eagle Pass, Texas. A guy went into a damn, I guess he was causing problems in a gambling place that they got a gambling casino, and they told him to get the hell out of there. He left, and when he went out to the parking lot, he had a gun, and when people started leaving the building, he started shooting. And I forgot how many people he shot and killed. And, but like I said, I thought everything was okay. When I at first went to bed, they was talking about some shooting in North Carolina. I never heard this. This is a new one here. A guy pulls up in a boat and starts shooting. I never heard that before. I thought we'd seen everything over the last couple of years with these shootings. Now they got people shooting in boats. Now they just pulling up on boats and shooting people. I don't know what the hell he was so mad about. So I went to bed, and then next thing I know, I hear about something else, another shooting. And then I wake up this morning, and I'm watching the football game from Pittsburgh, and they was playing over in Ireland. I get another message on my cell phone. This time, they claim a guy drove. This is a new one here, Steve. I never heard of somebody driving a truck. They say he drove a pickup truck through the front of the damn church, through the building.
Yep.
And got out of the truck and started shooting, and then set the whole church on fire. This is unbelievable. I think we had 4 to 5 shootings in the last 24 hours. This is totally ridiculous. Not counting the guy down in Dallas where I was at last week. Guy was on the rooftop shooting the ICE units. The U.S. is in total chaos right now. This makes no sense. What's going on? I believe it's a bunch of copycats. That's the reason why they need to stop. Don't announce these people's name. We talked about this before, Steve. These shooters, they do not need to mention this guy's name, nothing about, just say that shooter. Don't say, because this is what these people want. They want to go down in a blaze of glory. These are a bunch of losers. They're unhappy with their lives, and they want to take other people's lives in the process. They write down in their manifestos and diaries or whatever what they want to do. These guys are trying to go down in history. They want their name in history books for doing this type of stuff. Yeah. So the best thing to do is don't even mention their name. Don't even say who this individual is, because these guys are trash. And anybody who would take another man's life is you're nothing. It's just despicable what people are doing right now. And we've talked about it. It's not even worth talking. The gun is not the problem. The people, like you said, the gun will not fire by itself. The problem is the man behind the trigger. That's the problem. You can, like we've talked about this before. You can lay a gun on your kitchen table tonight, Steve. Loaded gun on your kitchen table. Guess what? When you wake up tomorrow morning, that gun still gonna be sitting there. Am I right? Am I wrong?
100% correct.
Yeah, that gun is not gonna get up off the table and walk out and decide to shoot somebody. So it's, anybody who say the gun is the problem, is they absolutely don't know what the hell they're talking about. The problem is the man behind that gun, and we got to figure out how to get this stopped. We got to figure out how to get these people off the street because this is unnecessary. We got a lot of unnecessary. And I forgot how many shoots. Maybe you can look it up during the break after I finish. I don't know how many of these shootings we've had in 2025, and we still got 4 or 5 months to go. This is totally ridiculous. All these shootings that we got, you add up the number of lives that have been lost in the last 6 to 7 months, and it's just totally unnecessary. And the scary part about it is that we still got more time. So something has got to be done about this, and I believe one of the easiest things to do is to stop mentioning these people's names. Do not just act like you gotta acknowledge it, but that don't mean you have to acknowledge the person's name and where they live at and what their background is and what they wrote. Writing names on the bullets and all that stuff. See, I don't think they need to tell people that type of stuff because you got punks. It's obvious. I believe that this guy in Dallas was a copycat shooter of the Charlie Kirk deal because he's talking about he writing down messages on the bullets and stuff. I think he got that from the Kirk situation. So the less you publicize these people, I believe the less is going to happen. It's going to stop because it makes no sense to have 4 or 5 of these massacre shootings in less than 24 hours in America. We got a real big problem, and something needs to be done about it immediately because too many people are losing their lives. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, it was just an insane kind of weekend, to say the least. Hey, we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here. All right, welcome back, Rump.
Yeah, I just, I kind of agree with Eagle on that. That publicizing these people, every time they publicize them, then the damn left starts glamorizing, and when that happens, it seems like we have more shooting. So I agree with him on that. But yesterday I was shooting with a major in the Air Force and active duty, and we were talking about this big meeting of the minds that they're having in Washington, D.C. over everything. And he kind of agreed. He said, I think there are going to be some heads rolling on a few things. And I said, let me ask you, the military's always been divided up into theaters. You got, Pacific Command, you got the, European Command, you got Central Command, all these different commands. I don't understand for the life of me why Hegseth didn't go to each command himself and have the meetings individually as it pertains to those commands. And he said, I don't understand it either. He said, this is kind of unprecedented, what they're doing. And as far as he knows, it's just going to be a speech on why they went to the Department of War, which is stupid. Number one, I think, the Department of Defense was established in 1947 to let everyone in the world know that we will defend our shores against, all enemies, foreign and domestic. And, when you start changing things, just because you don't like the wording of it and saying, well, I want it to be called the Department of War, or I want this or I want that. why? I mean, they wanted to go back to pre-1947, back when, you know, it seems like, you know, back then, I mean, the Air Force was established in 1947, you know, as it broke away from the Army Air Corps. I can't for the life of me understand how they want to justify, you know, going back to something like that as a Department of War, because it just, you know, it just seems like when you're asking someone, what, you know, you in the Department, no, I work for the Department of War. Why? You know, I mean, it seems like it kind of puts a bad taste in everybody's mouth to be going. I'd rather be, you know, known as somebody that's defending our shores than somebody that has that is trying to, you know, I guess create war or whatever, you know, for whatever reason. But this, it just seems like they're, you know, they're making these changes too damn fast. And I think, you know, just talking to this major that, you know, we kind of having our little conversation back and forth. He's, you know, he's in with the B2s, and he said it, you know, for him it's kind of crazy also. He said it's, you know, this whole get together, you know, with 07s and above, you know, which is, you know, brigadier general and above, you know, 1-star, and some of the senior enlisted people that you know are senior enlisted advisors and things, you know, and staff grade enlisted people that, you know, work in the command levels, you know, get them all together for what reason, you know, other than that either have, you know, probably have a massive ass chewing, get rid of some people, you know, cut some people. I would say that general that was running his mouth, that one you reported on, I would say he's probably gone. They're gonna, you know, either rip him down or you know, pull his command if he has a command, which he probably does if he's a, you know, what did you say was a 2-star general or something like that?
Right.
Major general. He, you know, they'll probably pull his command, you know, as being incompatible with you know, the commander-in-chief's directives. And, you know, I don't know, man. I tell you, we established certain things in the military, and now I agree wholehearted with it. You know, get rid of this damn transgender crap. Get rid of this DEI garbage. You know, get everybody on the same page. Get some fitness back in the military. You know, unity. Things that helps our, and I'm going to say it, war-making capabilities when we have to defend our shores or somebody else's, you know. But, you know, one of the things, too, I think we need to break away from is the simple fact that every country out here, every damn country that's part of NATO, every little podink country that's not part of NATO expects somebody in the United States military to bleed for them. You know, we're seeing a lot of this crap that's going on right now in NATO, where they're, let's take the Italians, for instance. They're using their budget for defense as building a bridge from the mainland, you know, there around the boot hill of Italy over to Sicily. They say that will, you know, improve their war-making capabilities and their defense capabilities. Really? You know, they're spending all that damn money on, you know, instead of putting planes in the air and boosting up their military. When I was stationed in Italy, it was one of the biggest jokes that ever was. You know, every weekend you couldn't find a person in the military, and as far as I know, it's still like that today. An Italian person, because they send their asses home. They don't want to feed them. They don't want to clothe them. They give them 2 uniforms for their 1 year that they're going to stay in the military service. They may have bumped that up to 2 now. I don't know, 2 years. But when I was there, it was 1 year. They had to be in the service for 1 year. I've never in my life seen a more ragtag bunch of people than what was in the Italian military. And now, you know, when you look at it, what they're doing now with this, with all this money that you know they're supposed to be building up their NATO capabilities, you know, just to fend off somebody like damn Russia. You know, they're spending it on bridges, and they're spending it on roads, and they're spending it on everything else, and saying that's vital to their defense. Bull. You know, and then we look at what we're doing here. You know, Steve, we can't budget ourselves to bleed for every damn body. You know, and that's been the way it's been forever and ever and ever. Everybody's expected to lean on the United States. Now, I wish, you know, and Plowboy brought it up about, when Netanyahu stepped up in front of that lectern.
And they all walked out. Yeah, hold the thought there. We pause momentarily. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Tragedy struck in Grand Blanc, Michigan, where a gunman opened fire inside of a Mormon church today, killing one, injuring 9 others before police stopped him. The church was also set ablaze, and investigators fear more victims may be found in the rubble. Authorities confirm the suspect is dead and no longer a risk to the public. Senate Majority Leader John Thune is pointing the finger at Democratic lawmakers as the clock ticks on a government shutdown. During an interview on NBC's Meet the Press, Thune says Democrats' demands have brought negotiations to a stop.
What the Democrats have done here is take the federal government as a hostage, and for that matter, by extension, the American people, to try and get a whole laundry list of things that they want that special interest groups on the far left are pushing them to accomplish.
Thune will join House Speaker Mike Johnson, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer for an Oval Office meeting with President Trump tomorrow. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in. Save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot's secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we often say, round and third, headed toward home. Here on a Monday. Hello, 5-7. Copy the mail. Go Navy. Good morning. Let me get back to... All right, we'll finish up with the grump here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was thinking, thank you there, Steve. But I was looking at this and watching that in the UN when Netanyahu stepped up there to the lectern, and you had all these leaders, these ambassadors just start walking out. And then you get to looking at who in the hell they are. Mm-hmm. They're people that supports China. I mean, talk about some damn hypocrites, but they want our money. They want the United States to make that massive contribution so it will benefit their sorry asses. And what burns me up about it is that they've never one damn time offered any kind of refuge or anything else to the Palestinian people. They've never one time offered to come in, and this is UN-wide, to come in and help feed and clothe and everything else with the Palestinians, because they know that the damn Hamas and people like that is there, buried within the Palestinian people, as part of their government. But they haven't come in there and done a damn thing, but yet they'll walk out on Netanyahu because they think, he's the one doing all the starving of the Palestinian people. They didn't say a damn thing when Jordan, back in 1970, they didn't bring it back when Black September made a move against the Jordanian king then, King Hussein, who is the father of the current king there. They didn't say a damn word about any of that. When the Jordanians started kicking the Palestinians out of Jordan, which is what is known as, the West Bank now, that is controlled by Israel, they started pushing them into that area, just to get them out of Jordan. They've been kicked out of Syria. They're not the best damn neighbors to have in your neighborhood. If these people want to do something for the Palestinians, why walk out on a man who is trying to have his country survive? I wish the hell our ambassador there would have had a backbone and would have said, we're going to look at excluding these countries, that keep this crap going, excluding them from our dollars. Because, why in the hell are we funding so much of the UN when they despise the Americans? Trump, if he can change the Department of War, hell, I'd go through the Congress and see if we can't get the UN booted to the Hague or something. Get them out of the United States. There's nothing but a bunch of damn thugs anyway. They come here, they ignore our laws because they know damn well they got diplomatic immunity. They don't care a damn thing about it. The parking, driving, everything else. Most of them are sent home if they get in any kind of massive trouble, like running over somebody in a crosswalk, killing them, which has happened a number of times, and they're drunk. But they send them home instead of prosecuting them. And it just, we got to have that. We got to do it like that because, they would do that to us. They would send our people home. Man, I'll tell you what, I don't know where our priorities are right now, but Israel is the only thing in that region right there, the only country in that region that would actually fight for the United States and bleed for us. And if it come to that. Mm-hmm. But I can't for the life of me figure out why in the hell our ambassador and people like that isn't bringing up the fact that the ones that are walking out are the ones that are buying goods and supporting China, who, look what they've done with their human rights and everything else. Same way with India, same way with so many of the other places. But they're putting Netanyahu on the chopping block like he's some kind of a horrible dictator when most of them damn people are dictators. But I don't know. The UN was developed, back when was it? Back in 1947 when was it, 46, I think it was, when they got together and started their stuff. The damn truck coming up on me. But that, it's nuts, Steve. It's actually nuts how this continues on. I mean, they can sit and criticize one, but they don't want to do a damn thing to help out. And but yet we're paying them. They're getting dollars from, to support their government, support their people, and throwing Netanyahu and people like that under the damn bus. The Palestinians, like I said, they're not good people. They, people may say, oh, the good Palestinian people, we need to help them out. Piss on them. I'm sick of the Palestinians. They haven't, when you take a terrorist organization and you want that in your government just to fight the Israelis and have that show of muscle, they think Arafat done a damn thing good for them? No, not one thing. You remember when he come to the White House and they throwed his ass out because they wouldn't let him wear his guns in, so he throwed his little tantrum. He wanted to wear them damn big old pearl handle 45s into the White House like a gunslinger or something. They said, nah, that ain't happening. You can either take them off or get your ass back on a plane. But it's, this country, we got to do something other than what we're doing, and stuff. And other countries has got to pitch in and help with this slaughter, as they call it. And it's, where were they at on October 7th when 1,500 Israelis got slaughtered, raped and drugged through the damn streets and everything else? They somehow think that the Palestinians were the victims in that. It just makes you damn sick. But anyway, that's what I had, and I just wanted to comment on them generals and things, that are meeting in Washington. I don't know. The more I see it, I don't know why they didn't do it do it in theater, do it, in the specific commands and as it relates to that command. But, Hegseth, I guess he's trying to, he's probably going to have his name down as president one of these days, or at least running. And I don't know if this is going to come back to bite him or what, but I'm not sure I agree with it wholeheartedly and stuff. I'd rather seen him do it not so publicized, where they can go to the commands and actually take care of business there. But this is unprecedented, and it's just to me, like I said, it's just our military needs to go back to defensive postures. And that was another question that DEFCONs. All right, we have our defense conditions. How in the hell are they going to change that? If we go into the war-making capabilities or the War Department, what are they going to call it then? They're still going to call it DEFCONs, our defense conditions. I just didn't understand that whole, let's change it back to the war, to the war.
I guess
I know we have the War College.
I guess it'd be WarCon now, WarCon 1, WarCon 2, WarCon 3. Pretty much, I guess it would be the same meaning, but all right. Pappy on board. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, man? Just about ready to roll the last square here for work for the next 2 days. Steve, I think there's more going on with just this big powwow they're having. A lot going on. I don't think I think Grump's right. They're going to probably fire some people. Did you hear about all the drones over in Europe?
I've been, Denmark.
Remember how we were?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Same thing that was happening here. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Causing a little bit of, I don't know if panic's the right word or not, but concerns. All this talk about if any drones or any aircraft violate any UN airspace, even Trump was saying shoot them down. Steve, I don't know. I think they're getting ready to prepare for something here because I think even Putin came out and said that at this particular time in history, we're as close to World War III. I think we're already in World War III. It just ain't went nuclear yet. But Putin's people made a comment that we're as close as we ever been since World War II. Steve, also, I don't know if you heard, the feds are now, I know they declared Antifa a terrorist organization,
correct.
but it's my understanding that they are sicking the feds on them. They are going to Portland. They're going to start rounding some of these up, locking them up. I heard a stat the other day, I don't know if it's true, somebody said that 40% of Antifa are trans. All these chat rooms, been hearing about all these chat rooms now that these trans have, and a lot of violent talk coming out of them. Steve, we've seen these videos where a guy's dressed as a woman, claiming to be a woman, goes into a store, and the clerk calls him,
yes, sir,
you know,
ma'am,
and
it's
you
ma'am.
just see the rage.
Yes.
The rage. Again, I'll bring up these flyers that have been going out about this talk about a day of rage, or Trans Day of Rage, November 5th. A lot of flyers on these campuses are going around. It's not... It's on purpose, rather, that they attach the trans community to the LGBTQYZ community, right? Steve, I said the other night, man, all these shootings, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. They're not giving up. I think the Dems know that we held elections tomorrow, that they would get crushed. They see their power slipping away from them. I'm telling you, they want chaos. James Carville has been running his jibs. He said it when Trump got elected, that he flat out came out and said Trump wants to kill black people. He came right out and said that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, did you see that clip of that?
I have not.
Steve, when they start running their jibs like this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, he's trying to. Yeah,
when they start running their jibs.
Fear, divisiveness. That's what they want.
Yes. But he could be also setting up for red flags, too. Come on, Steve. We know conservatives are not going to go shoot up a black church or a black college. We know that.
Right.
It's just not our style. Did any cities get burnt down after Charlie Kirk was assassinated? No. But they're trying to set that narrative. There was a bunch of bomb threats made to these colleges in the last couple weeks. My point is that they could be trying to set up a false flag where some gunman goes in and shoots up a black church or a black college. They put a red MAGA hat on the shooter, just to cause more chaos and trying to start a civil war. I totally agree with Eagle and Grump about putting the names of these shooters. Steve, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. It's going to get reported on. If there's a mass shooting, the news is not going to ignore it. We got to know who the enemy is. I mean, we know who the enemy is. But when we understand their philosophy, yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, we know who's behind all this and the reasoning, and it's been building up for decades. And now that they're very close to losing power, things are going to get ugly. So just watch your six and be prepared. I think it's going to get a lot worse. They flat out came out, dude. Did I mention this the other night? Comey was on. No, it was governor from California.
Newsom.
That's his name. Newsom was on Jimmy Kimmel, and they held up this map. Did you hear about this? I took some screenshots of it. They held up this map. They're talking about states wanting to recede from the nation because of Trump. And he said we got California, New Jersey, a lot of northeastern states. They held up a map, and they, whatever he called it, I just now thought of this, or I would have wrote it down. They used that same term in that movie that came out that was sponsored by Barack Obama about this civil war in the United States, where at the end of the movie they show the president getting assassinated. And the term they used for this uprising was the same term that Newsom used to describe that map. I don't even know. It's crazy, man. Real quick, I'll get off here. Anybody that served, military, police officers, when we take that oath, that we will defend the United States, foreign and foe, domestic. The only word that's in that oath that we take is missing. There's a word that's missing, but it's in the presidential oath, and that is to preserve the Constitution. Only oath that is given with that word in there is from the president. He's got a duty to preserve this nation and our Constitution. And I think Trump's getting ready to put the hammer down, and they know it. Bolton got raided. Steve, why didn't they go in and kick Comey's door in with a SWAT team like they did down in Mar-a-Lago?
Mm-hmm.
Like they did with all the other ones that got arrested? Why didn't they put handcuffs and shackles on him like they did Peter Navarro? That's what should have been done. Bolton's house got raided. There's more indictments coming down. And things are going to get interesting. I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Back to work tomorrow. Everybody be safe. Thanks for taking the call.
All right. Thank you much. Pappy, safe travels.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Science. compliance.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
All right, lastly, Pappy mentioned Gavin Newsom there, California. And President Trump dealing Gavin Newsom yet another defeat. Last week, as California regulators have voted to repeal the mandate that would require trucking fleets to purchase zero-emissions electric-powered vehicles. As reported in 2022, the California Air Resources Board proposed the mandate for trucks, part of Newsom's push for electric vehicles. In 2023, CalMatters.org noted CARB adopted the new rules that would have banned diesel rig sales by the year 2036 and electrify all the trucking fleets in the state by 2042. But Republicans and economic reality intervened in his plans. The California Air Resources Board, that powerful agency that sets the emission standards for vehicles, as well as power plants and other polluters, have now voted to repeal their zero-emission purchasing rule for private fleets, which is the final remnant of the state's push to mandate a rapid electric transition in the trucking sector. Now, that decision was pretty much a formality after the agency failed to secure permission to enforce their stricter than federal advanced clean fleets rule before President Trump took office. But this is right on the heels of the president's revocation of a companion rule that would have required the truck manufacturers to increasingly build and sell more electric models. Yeah, the move shows how thoroughly Republicans have really upended California's strategy for electrification. But you know, the general populace, the people didn't want it. The cost was overly burdensome. But making some headway, right? With that, I say thank you so much for spending some time with us as we get the new week underway. Have a great day, safe travels, and hey, we'll do it again at the midnight hour Eastern Time. We'll kick things off for our Tuesday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.